Good morning and welcome back to the Dennis Herrera Show. Man, we got a pack one. I do have a doctor's appointment today. Just a disclaimer. I'm not going to be able to stick around for 6 hours today. Maybe, who knows? Let's see, what do we got today? 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, maybe 4 hours. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe 4 hours. Good morning. Dosito, first one in the chat. Pop in the cherry of the chat. Rush Babe, good morning, sis. Man, it's a miracle to see you here in the morning. You know what? I know your real name, but, we don't say real names. I'm really concerned about our sister Trinity. I haven't heard from her. I have texted her. I left her one voicemail. If she was to call me back, she would. I hate to be the guy that leaves multiple voicemails. I don't want to sound like I'm some type of freak, stalker and stuff. So let's hope that she's doing okay. And Tanya, good morning, sister. If you guys can keep her in your prayers, I miss having her. It's just so crazy how much you can grow a love for a person. Even though you're only meeting here through, a chat, internet, I've talked to her multiple times over the phone. We have a good relationship and all that. But I do miss her on the chat. I think her input is very important. She does a lot of research. The only update that I can give you is that she has her handfuls with family. And, she told me that she's doing, okay the last time I talked to her, but that she is sort of overwhelmed, per se. And she said nothing she can handle. So I am trusting in God. Kramis, how you doing? Run for school board, no suit required. You know what? If I'm not going to be able to make a difference, I don't think that there's a point of me running for school board or city council, etc. I am going for the really, just where the meat is. I'm going to the real thickness of the meat. You know what I'm saying? Go big or go home, they say. Go big or go home. I will say this. I can think of, let's say, I can go in there and be like, hey, you know what? I'm gonna destroy it. I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna do that, and everything is gonna be perfect. And I can do that, and most likely I will fail. But all I can do is trust in God that it is the right thing to do. Hey, listen, I'm an optimist and a realist at the same time. If I'm gonna lose, Riley, if I'm gonna lose, it is what it is. I hope I can open your eyes today about what's going on in the world and here in the United States of America. Blue cities and blue states is very predictable. They have the same hive mentality. They think the same way. They don't use critical thinking. They're so hidden behind mirrors and smoke. They like to twist the truth, just like a normal Marxist will do. And they like to give you mostly a partial truth so that it sounds, like it's legit. But at the end of the day, they use the same tactics of Satan. You have to understand, Marxism, they don't believe in God. And if you believe that you are a Christian or a spiritual person in any level, shape, or form, you have to understand that is the tactics of the devil. Hollywood's done a great job on trying to make us look like lunatics. That's okay. But the truth does not change. The facts don't change. Truth is what truth is. And we can see how the devil is using the same tactic across the nation and the world. The devil has been using communist, Marxist to do their bidding. You have to understand, socialism, it sounds like a very noble thing. It sounds great. I'm all for helping those who are in need. I am all for sharing some of our wealth, for others that are less fortunate than us. But I am not for full control of all my rewards given to somebody else. You cannot be okay with that. Okay, so this is where we start failing as a nation. And we got some things going on. Why don't we hit the first thing, which is um, the first thing is I want to check into the polls that's going on in California. Now, I will say this. I will say this. The Democratic Party in California, they think they are so untouchable. They think that whatever they say goes. They think they can lie to the people forever. But that's not the case. Now, even though I don't truly respect or believe or follow the polls, it's very interesting to see this one. And what is not so shocking is that Democrats still support lunatics. Check this out.
Years now, Democrats facing the very real possibility of an historic upset in California as a new poll finds two Republican candidates leading in California's gubernatorial primary. Our next guest is at the top of that poll, says there's a revolution brewing in California. California gubernatorial candidate Steve Hilton joins me now. Steve, great to see you as always. You are our former colleague, so obviously we really like you. But how the heck are you, a conservative, leading the polls in such a liberal state like California?
Well, the answer to that question is a very simple four-letter word. It's called MAGA, and it stands not for Make America Great Again, like the president would say, but the guy who's obviously on a presidential campaign right now across the country, Gavin Newsom. MAGA stands for Most Useless Governor in America. And that's Gavin Newsom, because California has the worst results of any state in America. We have the highest poverty rate, the highest unemployment rate, the highest cost of living, highest gas prices, highest cost for everything, insurance, housing, water, rent, you name it, car registration. Everything costs a fortune. You've got crime, you've got homelessness, the wildfire disaster, everything's a disaster. And so people are saying, we've had enough. We've had enough of this. We need change in California. And I've been traveling the state putting out a strong, positive alternative. $3 gas, cut your electric bills in half, your first $100,000 tax-free, no more free healthcare for illegal immigrants, a home you can afford to buy. I capture it in one word, Californiable. That's my campaign, and people are really getting behind it, and it's great to see the energy and momentum that we've got.
But, Steve, it's not just you. It's not just one Republican candidate at the top of the ticket. There's two, and admittedly, you are beating Chad Bianco 17-16 in this latest poll. But look at the two people behind you two. Eric Swalwell there at 13%, Katie Porter also at 13%. How much are these numbers also a rejection of all the candidates, namely Swalwell and Porter, that the Democrats are putting out there?
Yeah, and there's another one. If you look at the Real Clear Politics average right now, I'm not sure it takes into account that latest poll, but the numbers are going to be pretty much the same. You've got Katie Porter on 10, you've got Chad Bianco, and another one, Tom Steyer, the billionaire climate fanatic, on 11%, Swalwell on 13, and I'm on 15.5. So whichever way you look at it, the Democrats that they're putting forward, as the president might say, they're not sending their best. These people are exactly the same kind of far-left insanity and useless career politicians that we've had now, and everyone's fed up with it. Look at who you've got in charge in California, Karen Bass and Newsom and all these people. Does anyone think that Swalwell or Katie Porter or Tom Steyer is going to take us in a different direction? Of course not. And people really want a new direction. And that's why I think, despite, of course, people look at California and say, well, it's so hard for a Republican to win, a deep blue state and all the rest of it. That may have been true in the past, but this year it's going to change. There's another really big thing everyone across the country should understand. We've got voter ID on the ballot in November in California. I know we're all talking about the SAVE Act, but here in California, it's on the ballot in November. That's going to mean a really big Republican turnout, and that's another reason why I'm very confident that in November I'll be elected the new Republican governor of California.
I mean, we're certainly watching for that. Obviously, Democrats are going to be under a lot of pressure to coalesce around one candidate to go against you, to go against Biacco heading into June. We will see if that happens because the egos involved are large on the Democratic side. And this could set up nicely for you, Steve Hilton, to become the next governor of California. We can say we knew you when. Steve Hilton, thank you so much, sir. Appreciate it.
Oh, those polls touch a nerve on the Democrats that think that they're untouchable under blue cities and states. It is a fact. Blue states are the worst run states in the country. Red states with blue cities are the worst per crime and the worst rent in the country. It is a fact that Republicans are making tax cuts and helping the working families. It is a fact that Democrats think taxing the American people is actually raising funds. It is a fact that Democrats don't care about corporations leaving and taking all their jobs with them somewhere else. Fact, Californians over here brag about the fourth largest economy, yet their whole state is unaffordable on every single level. Their response and reaction and answer to everything, F Donald Trump, and that's a fact. Now shut the hell up and pay attention. You might learn something today. Welcome, Tyler. How are you, man? Good to see you, my friends. I don't know what GTFB means. Honduras amigo. Good to find you, bro. Okay, we'll go with that. All right, this is a constitutional republic. It is run by we, the people, American citizens. No government official should ever put illegal immigrants before American citizens, period. It is constitutional to defend Americans first. The first one to say that that's wrong, you are, my friend, the king of morons. With that being said, you have to hear, but you have to listen. Don't just hear to attack. That's not the same thing. Listen and try to use some critical thinking and be like, wait a minute. Let me see what this lunatic guy is talking about. Let's see what this crazy MAGA guy is saying. What are you saying, MAGA guy? What are you saying? Use critical thinking. Think about it before you type the whole wrong keyboard warrior spirit. You guys are on the wrong side of history and on the wrong side of the future of this country. I want to say this. If you like to be a communist, move to China. Hey, listen, man, just go to China. Beautiful culture, a lot of noodles, lots of rice, you know what I'm saying? A lot of Chinese senoritas everywhere. They want some white meat. They want some American meat. You can go to communist China, or if for your pleasure, you could also go to North Korea. Hey, you know what? Forget it. North Korea is too small. Why don't we go to a better place called Russia? Yeah. That's where you will be happy. Yeah. As a matter of fact, why don't you move into one of these Muslim countries and see how many freedoms you can enjoy while you are there as a citizen? See, as a tourist, you are bringing them money. And you're not going to be there forever. Nonetheless, they will still kick your ass if you step out of line. But why don't you go try to live there? And when you learn your lesson, go ahead and come back to us and help us fight for protecting this country and for bettering the lives of our countrymen. All right? Man, that's fantastic. Man, that's happy Thursday, everybody. Happy Thursday. I'm going to tell you, these guys, they really want me to run. They really want me to run for governor, don't they? They always attack me. All that does is make me want to fight back. That's all that does. The more they try to discourage me, the more that I know that I am right about running for governor. Isn't that fantastic? That is fantastic. I'll tell you what. I'm waiting for a live. Okay, I already have Pete Hegseth with an update, but there is a live that I am waiting for. And I think it's already started. So why don't we get into the live? We will go ahead and get into Pete Hegseth afterwards. This is from the White House. You can watch it on Fox, CNN, whatever. I happen to have the White House, and that's what we're going to watch. Guys, pay attention. I'm curious to hear what's happening here with Japan, because Japan, North Korea, and the UK, wusses, reason why we're independent from them. Let's not forget that the British were the ones that said that the United States was such insignificant people that we will amount to nothing. They blocked the trade routes over there on their side, and they said that we were going to be destroyed. And guess what? We became the greatest country on earth. And right now, them not supporting us over there in Iran, they're missing their chance to prove to us how much of a friendship over an allies they really are with us or have with us. With that being said, let's go ahead and take a listen here, see what's going on in this meeting. We are not buddies fools.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. It's great to have you, and we have a very special person, just won a tremendous election in a record-setting fashion, so you have something in common. And I was very proud and honored to endorse the Prime Minister because of the fact that I felt she was really good. I thought she did a fantastic job. I respect her a lot, so I gave her an endorsement. And she had the most successful election, in my opinion, in the history of Japan, won by the most ever. So we have a very popular, powerful woman, and she's a great woman. We have a very fine relationship, and we're going to be talking about trade and many other things. And it's an honor to have you. Thank you very much.
皆様ありがとうございます。本日は非常に特別な方にいらしていただいております。歴史的な選挙の圧勝ということで、私と共通するものがあると思います。私たち素晴らしい絆を持っておりまして、だからこそ私の方からも応援のメッセージを出させていただきました。素晴らしい人であり、私も心から尊敬している方です。日本の歴史上、最も、素晴らしい選挙で圧勝したということで、人気の高い女性であり、すごい、方だと私も思っております。本日に関しては、貿易、その他の課題について多く話をする予定です。
Thank you for inviting me to the White House today.
Thank you.
My visit is timely, so given the current situation.
Oh, please, yes,
Okay,
absolutely. You have a very good interpreter.
Yeah.
Who I've known
Your
for,
friend.
who I've known
Your
for a long
friend.
time, with
Your
Shinzo.
friend. 今中東情勢も含めて、それから世界中の安全保障環境が非常に厳しい状況にあります。
Right now, situations in the Middle East and also the entire world, we are actually experiencing a very severe security environment.
そして世界経済もかなり厳しい影響を受けつつあります。
And also the global economy is now about to experience a huge hit because of this development.
でも私は、世界の、繁栄とそして、平和に、貢献できる、世界中に、平和と繁栄をもたらせるのはドナルドだけだと思っています。
But even against that backdrop, I firmly believe that it is only you, Donald, who can achieve peace across the world.
でそのために私は、諸外国に働きかけて、しっかりと応援をしたいと思っています。
And to do so, I am ready to reach out to many of the partners in the international community to achieve our objective together.
今日私はそれを伝えに来ました。
So today, I came here at the White House to directly convey this message to you.
そしてイランに関してはもう核兵器の開発、これは許されてはならないことですから日本も働きかけをしてきました。
And speaking of the situation in Iran, Iran's development of nuclear weapons must never be allowed. And that is why we, Japan, have been urging them and also reaching out to other partners in the world.
そして我が国は周辺国に対する攻撃、ホルムズ海峡の実質的な閉鎖についてもこれは非難をし、そして茂木外務大臣からもイランの外務大臣に対してもうそれをやめるように申し入れをしてきました。
In addition, Japan condemns Iran's actions such as attacking the neighboring region and also the de facto or effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz. As a matter of fact, my fellow minister, Minister Motegi, Foreign Minister Motegi, also had the direct exchange with the Iranian foreign minister and urged Iran to stop such activities.
Yeah, you'll let me know. You can let me know.
それでとにかく今中東だけじゃなくてインド太平洋の安全保障環境も大変厳しい中にあります。そんな中でドナルドが日本に深い信頼を寄せてくれて揺るぎない同盟にコミットメントしてくれていることに感謝をいたしております。
And also the security environment in the Indo-Pacific region is also becoming increasingly severe. Donald, you have shown deep trust in Japan and also the unwavering commitment to the Japan-US alliance. Once again, thank you very much for that.
今日は日本とアメリカが共に強く豊かになっていくための話し合いをしたいと思っています。
And today, I look forward to having a discussion on how we can cooperate to make our two nations, both Japan and the United States, stronger and more prosperous.
それから世界のエネルギーマーケットを落ち着かせるための提案も持ってまいりました。
And I also brought specific proposals to calm down the global energy market.
この後主に、経済安全保障、重要鉱物ですがエネルギーに関する協力、そしてお互いに強い経済を作るための、成長のための話し合い、経済成長のための話し合いをしたいと思っています。Thank you very much.
So today, I really look forward to having our discussion, particularly focusing on our collaboration in economic security in the important areas such as energy and rare earth minerals. And also, I look forward to discussing with you how we can make our two economies stronger moving forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and you're doing a great job. Again, congratulations on the biggest win in the history of Japan. That's not bad. That's a pretty long history. That's a large nation with a great reputation, but it's a tremendous victory. Congratulations to everybody. Very proud of you. Very proud of you. We've become friends, and I'm very proud of the job you've done. It's not easy. Any questions, please?
Mr. President, are you fully satisfied with the level of support that you're getting from Japan on Iran, including around minesweepers?
Great
Well,
question.
We're speaking about it today. Go ahead, you can go.
日本から、機雷艇などの支援に関して、その点について今の状況に満足していらっしゃいますか？
We're going to be speaking about it today. We've had tremendous support and relationship with Japan on everything, and I believe that based on statements that were given to us yesterday, the day before yesterday, having to do with Japan, they are really stepping up to the plate. Yes.
非常に日本からは素晴らしい支援を受けていると思います。おとといのコメントから、日本からはそれに対して非常に力強いメッセージを得ていると私は思っています。
Unlike NATO.
NATO とは全く違いますね。
Please.
Mr. President, do you intend to lift sanctions on Iranian oil, and do you intend to potentially put U.S. troops or more troops in the region?
No, I'm not putting troops anywhere. If I were, I certainly wouldn't tell you. But I'm not putting troops, and we will do whatever is necessary to keep the price as low. I actually thought when I did this, look, the Dow just hit 50,000 a couple of weeks ago. They said that couldn't happen for 4 years. It wouldn't happen in my term. It's such an outrageous thing because I said it would happen. I didn't know it was going to happen that fast, but it just hit 50,000, and we did that in 1 year, not 4. S&P had just hit 7,000. They said that was even more impossible than the Dow hitting 50, and we did that in 1 year. So it's all done. Everything was going great. The economy was great. Oil prices were very low. Gasoline was dropping to, I mean, we had $1.99, $1.85. We had great everything. And I saw what was happening in Iran, and I said, I hate to make this excursion, but we're going to have to do it. And I actually thought the numbers would be worse. I thought that it would go up more than it did. But we're doing this excursion, and when it's completed, we're going to have a much safer world. And the Prime Minister agrees with me on this. He considers it to be terrible what Iran did. I think every country does, just about every country does. Iran is a serious threat to the world, to the Middle East and to the world. And everybody agrees with me. I think virtually every country agrees with me on that. So I wanted to put out that fire. And I said, you know, if we do that, oil prices will go up, the economy will go down a little bit. I thought it would be worse, much worse, actually. I thought there was a chance it could be much worse. It's not bad, and it's going to be over with pretty soon. We've obliterated their Navy. We've obliterated their, just about everything there is to obliterate, including leadership. Their Navy's gone, their Air Force is gone, their anti-aircraft equipment is gone. We're flying wherever we want, Pete. We have nobody even shooting at us. They have, I mean, and as you know, their leadership is gone. Their leaders are gone. They picked new leaders, they're gone. They picked new leaders, they're gone. And now they're looking for new leaders again. We can take out the island anytime we want. I call it the little oil island that sits there, so totally unprotected. We've taken out everything but the pipes. We left the pipes because to rebuild the pipes would take years for them to do. But we are, I would say, we are substantially ahead of schedule. And I had to do this. I call it an excursion. I had to take this little excursion and do something that no other president had the courage to do. And everybody wanted to do it, but they never had the courage to do it. And I don't blame them. I'm not blaming them. It was left to me, and we've done a great job. Our military is incredible. We have an incredible military. We have the strongest military in the world by far. We have the greatest equipment in the world by far. In fact, Japan buys our equipment, buys a lot of it, and we're honored by that. And that's one of the things we'll be talking. They want to buy a lot of the military equipment. So it's just an honor to have the Prime Minister. We've had a tremendous relationship. Okay.
Mr. President.
I think she's going to have to go first before you. Is that okay? Do you understand? It's very good, I tell you. I mean, it's so nice that we don't have to sit. No, it's very good. I haven't picked up your language, so the next time you come, I'll have your language mastered. All right, go ahead.
If the war is almost over, why is the Pentagon going to ask Congress for an additional $200 billion?
Well, we're asking for a lot of reasons beyond even what we're talking about in Iran. This is a very volatile world, and the military equipment, the power of some of this weaponry is unthinkable. You don't even want to know about it. Oh, you could end this thing in 2 seconds if you wanted to, but we are being very judicious. But we want to do. Don't forget, Biden gave away. I rebuilt the military in my first term. Biden gave away so stupidly to Afghanistan a lot. He didn't want to move it. He was too lazy, too stupid to move it. But it was a very small amount. It was a lot, but it was very small relative to what I purchased and what I built. We want to have vast amounts of ammunition, which we have right now. We have a lot of ammunition, but it was taken down by giving so much to Ukraine. They gave so much. Biden gave $350 billion worth of cash and military equipment to Ukraine, and he didn't rebuild anything. Fortunately, we have a lot. We have a tremendous, unlimited supply of what you'd call middle and upper middle armaments and military equipment, munitions, armaments, but munitions in particular. At the high end, we have a lot, but we're preserving it. We don't really need it, but we're building. Our manufacturers of military equipment are building at a level they've never seen before. They've never done before. Pete's in charge of it with all of us, really. But Pete's been very strong on it. The general and Pete, myself, the whole group. And Raytheon is building 4 factories. Lockheed is building 5 or 6 factories, and they're building them fast. Because we had a very tough meeting with them. They were going out and buying back stock for $51 billion in one case. They spent $51 billion buying back stock. Now they're not allowed to do that. And they are now building a tremendous, there's never been anything like it, what's taking place right now. So we're in very good shape, but we want to be in the best shape we've ever been in. We were that, when I rebuilt the military, we were in great shape, and then Biden blew it, and he didn't do anything. He didn't do anything. And if you listen to the Democrats, they don't even want to have a military. Now you see how important it is. But we have the strongest military in the world. We have the best equipment. We make by far the best equipment. The other night, they had 114 rockets shot at a certain location. And out of 100 highly sophisticated rockets, out of 114 sophisticated rockets, every single one of them was shot down with our equipment. All our equipment. It's amazing, actually, how good it is. So we want to be sure, and it's a small price to pay to make sure that we stay tippy-top.
Mr. President,
Mr. President, can I ask about
last
the
week,
Treasury?
Mr. President, you
Thank you,
said-
Mr. President. The Treasury Secretary this morning said there were defections among Iranian leadership. Are you aware of that? And is there anybody the U.S. can work with as a leader going forward?
Well, we have a man named the Treasury Secretary here, so maybe he wants to discuss it. Does anybody know? Do you know who he is? Central Casting.
Yeah, so and we are seeing the defections at all levels as they're starting to sense what's going on with the regime. It doesn't get reported here in the U.S. very well, but we are trouncing them from the air, and the regime will probably collapse within itself. At Treasury, we've seen where they wire their money out of the country. We're coming for that. We're going to get it back to the Iranian people.
And are you seeing defections?
Yes, sir.
On Israel, have you
There's a
talked
lot of military defections also. You have a lot of military defections in Iran.
have you
I don't blame them.
Thank you, Mr. President. Have you talked to Prime Minister Netanyahu about attacking the oil and gas fields?
Yeah, I did. I told him don't do that, and he won't do that. We didn't discuss. We do. We're independent, but get along great. It's coordinated, but on occasion he'll do something, and if I don't like it, and so we're not doing that anymore.
And the last one, if I could, the Fed chairman told me yesterday that he plans to stay until a new Fed chairman is confirmed, and he also plans to stay on the board until the investigation into the Federal Reserve is done.
Well, he's under investigation because he's building a building for hundreds of billions of dollars more than it's supposed to cost. The building you see over there is under budget and ahead of schedule. That's the ballroom. The ballroom is a much bigger building. It's a much more complex building than what he's doing, and it's at a fraction of the cost. And something is going on, whether it's contractors. That's what I do best in the world. I build great buildings. I've always done it, and I build them under budget and ahead of schedule. They could have $4 billion. This is a renovation job for $4 billion. And if you look at the building, it's not even, I don't know if Kevin Warsh is ever going to be able to move into it. It's been under construction for years. It's the most expensive building ever built. Now, I know it's gross incompetent because I happen to think he's grossly incompetent. Today, certainly you should be lowering interest rates, all right? Certainly, who would not lower them? But he's stubborn, and he's got Trump derangement syndrome. But a lot of people have that, it's not a curable disease. But he's also building, he should be lowering rates immediately. But he won't do that because he's a stubborn, incompetent person. And that's a bad thing. When you're stubborn and incompetent, I think it's the worst combination. And he's also not a smart person. But he's building a complex over there that's under his jurisdiction. He started it, and it's out of control. It's billions of dollars for a little building. I could have done that building and made it beautiful for $25 million. $25 million, and it would have been beautiful. Look what I've done at the White House, fixing it up, and the place was in bad shape. You see the floors and everything. It was in bad shape. I could have made that building beautiful for $25 million. They're spending $4 billion. All right, so there is criminality. Maybe it's with the contractor, but because I know more about contractors than any human being maybe that's ever lived. But that contractor is a very rich man. Whoever the contractor is, and we know, but whoever the contractor is an extremely rich man. He's going to make, I mean, he could make billions of dollars. I'm hearing numbers from $3 to $4 billion. That would make it the most expensive building on a square foot basis ever built in history. And you're not even building a building, it's a renovation. The exterior skin is staying, the steel is staying, the structure. So all I want to do is bring out to the public that this guy is an incompetent. He's a very incompetent guy. And he may be a dishonest guy, but somebody's dishonest because there's no way that building can be $3 to $4 billion.
Mr. President, on a straight of work, President.
Please.
Mr. President, you just mentioned Japan.
This looks like one of your people, right?
Thank you.
Is he good or bad? Good. Is he a good reporter or bad? You know?
So.
Not a, all right, looks like a nice guy. Go ahead.
Mr. President, you just mentioned Japan is stepping up. What kind of the support do you expect from Japan in the future?
Look, I expect Japan to step up because, you know, we have that kind of relationship. And we step up with Japan. We have 45,000 soldiers in Japan. We spend a lot of money on Japan. And we've had that kind of a relationship. So I expect, I'm not surprised that they would step up. We don't need much. We don't need anything. I mean, honestly, we don't need anything from Japan or from anyone else. But I think it's appropriate that people step up. In the case of Japan, I hear they get more than 90% of their oil through the strait. So that's a big reason to step up. I mean, we've demolished, that country is close to demolished. The only thing is the strait. It's very hard. You could take two people and they could drop little bombs in the water and they're holding things up. We don't want that to happen. But honestly, Japan, China, Europe, parts of Europe, get a lot of their oil through the strait. We get none, practically. We're less than 1%. We don't have to be any percent. We don't even, I think we do it just to be nice. But we, think of it, we don't use the strait. We're defending the strait for everybody else. And then in the case of NATO, they don't want to help us defend the strait, and they're the ones that need it. But now they're getting much nicer because they're seeing my attitude. They're getting much nicer. But it's, as far as I'm concerned, it's too late. You know, UK wants to send aircraft carriers now. And I said, I want the aircraft carriers before the war. I don't want them after the war is won. They want to send me aircraft carriers after the war is. There's practically nobody to shoot at them. You know, their missile count is down, Pete. Maybe you could discuss it. By about 90-something%. The drones are way down, and the factories are being demolished. Maybe.
Yes, sir. Our missiles being shot are down over 90% since the beginning. One-way attack drones down 90% since the beginning, which is a reflection of overwhelming firepower. But you mentioned the most important part, Mr. President. Their defense industrial base. If you can't make more of it in the future, then you have a limited supply. And so we're going after all of their defense contractors that make all of their exquisite weapons and ensuring that even if they wanted to rebuild more launchers or more missiles, they couldn't in the future. And that's a level of devastation for their military that they've never seen before.
So we have, in literally 2 weeks, we've demolished their Navy, their Air Force. All technology is gone. All communication is gone. And all of the leaders are gone. Other than that, they're doing quite well. Okay, how about one more question for the Prime Minister? Let me pick a beautiful-looking person from Japan. A question for the Prime Minister. Go ahead. Yeah. Oh, he doesn't believe he's beautiful. Oh, he's sounding shy. Go ahead, please.
Of course, no. Japan and U.S. are very good friends, but. One question, why didn't you tell U.S. allies in Europe and Asia, like Japan, about the war before attacking Iran? So we are very confused about we Japanese citizens.
Well, one thing you don't want to signal too much. You know, when we go in, we went in very hard, and we didn't tell anybody about it because we wanted surprise. Who knows better about surprise than Japan? Okay, why didn't you tell me about Pearl Harbor? Okay, right? You know, he's asking me. Now you believe in surprise, I think much more so than us, and we had to surprise him, and we did. And because of that surprise, we knocked out, the first 2 days, we probably knocked out 50% of what we, and much more than we anticipated doing. So if I go and tell everybody about it, there's no longer a surprise, right? Okay, one more for the Prime Minister. Are you going to for the Prime Minister?
Yes.
Go ahead, for the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much. Japan's DG Press. Japan's biggest concern is China. Now they are giving us export control and very harsh terms to criticize us. So will you plan to bring out relationship between Japan and China while you are there?
Yeah. Well, I'll be going to China very quickly, but I think I'd really like to have the Prime Minister talk about China because I know they have a little bit of an edgy relationship, and I'd just like to know where it stands, how you're doing with China. So, please.
で日本はいつも中国に対してオープンです。会話はオープンにしています。それから冷静に対応しています。でとにかく米中関係も含めてですね、これが地域の安定、それから世界のサプライチェーン、これに貢献するものであることを願っています。日本は常にオープンです。
So first of all, Japan has been consistently open to dialogue with China. And also, second, we have been addressing our relations with China in a calm manner. And also speaking of the U.S.-China relationship, my sincere hope is that the relationship will be something conducive for regional security and also ensuring the global supply chain in the world. Once again, I would like to reiterate that Japan has been consistently open to dialogue with China.
And I think we're going to have a great trip. The trip has been postponed for about a month and a half. It's been reset, and we look forward to it. And I'll be speaking Japan's praises when I'm in China with President Xi. But we're going to have some good talks today. And I think mostly about trade, because they want to do a lot of trade. They're a tremendous purchaser of our energy, our oil, gas from, in particular, Alaska. Because Alaska, believe it or not, is very close. It's much closer than any other source. It seems a little cold compared to, but it's just a short trip.
So that's something that we will talk after this war, at least.
We'll be discussing trade, and a lot of the talk will be about energy. Thank you very much, everybody.
You notice how President Trump is not trying to push too hard on the Prime Minister of Japan. You have to understand something. What President Trump is doing, and we're going to talk a lot more about it, in my opinion, and what I have been just pondering around. Now, the reason why 13 Murish is being muted by me right now, he's being sent to the corner because he doesn't know when to shut up and stay on subject. If you don't stay on subject, you go to the corner and then you think about what you did wrong. And then later, if you learn your lesson, then you can come back to us and bring something of substance that we can talk about. But until then, you stay in the corner. All right. With that being said I mentioned that this is a war on the United States of America and Israel. And, a lot of people, yes, granted that there is a lot of anti-Semitic. There's a lot of people that hate Israel. Let's not be fools and blinded by the facts, okay, that we have allies. Let me be very, very clear. The United States of America, it is the most powerful military force on earth. It is the greatest country in the world. We are protected by God, regardless of all the ignorance and atheists and Marxists and all these communist people that want to act against God. I get it. But we still have enough people that believe. And that little bit of push right there is more than enough, because even though we might be outnumbered, our God is an awesome God. It is an omnipotent, omnipresent, all-powerful God. And we trust in him. We know where we will begin our life. And that's not here on this earth. All of our allies, supposed allies, are cowering to terrorists. The fact that people talk about it as if nothing is happening is outrageous by itself. Outrageous. Now, I'm going to play a small clip from the Morgan Pierce show. I find this very interesting, and I want you to see what I see. And you have to be very clear on the subject and the matter. NATO, and I have said this for a very long time, NATO is useless. Useless. Again, I will remind you of our history. The UK, the Brits, the Redcoats, they wanted us destroyed. Don't forget who our enemies are. They wanted us destroyed. We have seen them as allies. Why? Because of our heritage, of the English heritage. We got the Irish, Scottish. We got a lot of nations migrating to this part of the world. Many nations, many migrants from all over the place migrated here. That is a fact. Even natives who are here in the America, like this ignorant Aboriginal guy that keeps talking mess, they also migrated across the American continents, whether it be South, North, even I from Central America. Everybody migrates. What these people don't understand, it's that things have changed. We have created borders who makes nations. Our United States of America is not great because we stood by and cowered against tyranny, against evil, against those who wish death upon us. We are not here because we cowered to them. We fought through it. It is the rule of the strongest. That is how human nature has become. African countries, African tribes, they preyed on the weak Africans, took them into slavery, built their empires upon the slavery backs of their own people. They sold them across the world, across the globe. They sold them to the U.S., and we get blamed for having them. Fantastic. Great job. The fact is, everything had a beginning. Things were shifted around and moved. Today, what we have, we are all created equal. This is our Constitution. This is our Declaration. We are all created equal with unalienable rights, where we have the freedom and the pursuit of happiness. But it's for the American people, not for the world. For the American people. And that is a big difference. I am very proud of the strength of my heritage, of my native heritage. Of course I am. Every time I crack somebody's head open playing sports, I was proud of being a Mayan descent. I was proud of coming from Honduras. Of course I was. But now I'm part of the United States of America. And I'm still the same guy. I'm still the same man that I have become, with the same principles, with the same faith, with the same morals, with the same values. And now I belong. You understand this? I belong by choice to the United States of America. And I will continue to speak the truth regardless if anybody likes it or not. I don't give a shit. You will not bring your native aboriginal greatness above me, because you are no different than I am. You are no better than I am. Your ancestry doesn't mean shit to me if you don't believe that we are all equal. Do you understand that? If it wasn't for what we have become today as a country, all of you who think you're righteous, selfish pricks, you wouldn't exist. You wouldn't exist. None of you. There would be no remembrances of cultures. There would be no powwows in Washington State. There would be no reservations where the Indians are actually protected. We talked to Chief Wildhorse, a chief from the Comanche tribes. Let's remember how we acquired the Midwest of the United States of America. That was something that was sold by the Spaniards, the conquistadors. They owned that territory. They took it by force. Stolen land. You were beaten. And we bought that land. Therefore, the land belongs to the United States of America. And I can appreciate the Comanche being free and being able to have their own police, and they don't have a reservation. They have the land. I'm okay with that. I am okay with that. What I'm not okay with is when you start being racist against white people, against other people, because of the atrocities that happened in the past. It is ignorance. It really is self-destructing to have a resentment in your heart. This is why, to me, it is important to have God in my life. It is always important for me to have a foundation for my morals. You think I'm going to spend the rest of my life knowing how Spaniards came and raped our women, stole our gold and our silver, and that's what they have in Spain in the cathedrals? And over there in Italy, in the Vatican, you think all the riches and all the treasures they stole from the Americas, you think that I should dwell on that? No. You know what? We were killing each other. You know why? We didn't speak the same language. If a tribe came into our part of the territory, they're done. Dead. And they had to respect that. You know why? Because one was stronger than the other. And if one thought, hey, you're not stronger than me, then you retaliate and you fight. And then we find out who is the strongest. It's the law of human nature. It's very simple. But guess what? I refuse to continue to live in the savagery, in a way of uncivilized conduct. We're not decapitating anybody. We don't do that. But if we were in our native time, we're gone. We sacrifice our own people. It is historically recorded. Violence. It is history. And I, for one, know how violent our history has been in the Americas. I understand why we have to be who we are today, because history tells us about it. What else would you call it? You're sacrificing your children to the god sun, to the moon, to the stars. We're sacrificing our children and our own kind so that we can have crops grow better. For Pete's sakes, ignorance is bliss, they say. Well, I'm not going to stay quiet about it. And I know that there's a lot of natives out there that have a little bit of ignorance about history, and they forget how horrible native history also was. They forget about the reputation of the Apaches. Scalpers, they call them. They forget about the tribes that were wild and violent, savages, killing other natives. Why? For territory control. Very simple. Hey, Concerned Peter, been a while, brother. Good to see you here. So, I'm telling you, I come from a lineage of slavery, of abuse, hatred, savagery. That's right. All of that is in my past history according to my ancestors, whether it be the Spaniard side or the Afro-Native side. It doesn't matter. The fact is, because of all those things that I know that exist in our history, and because of the violence, and because of all the third world human nature that I see in my country, being here in the United States of America and actually having freedoms that you do not get in other nations, makes me realize how privileged we are to be in the United States of America. So when I hear ignorant people like Moorish talking about, oh, us Aborigines, shut the hell up. You entitled SOB. Just so you know, I'm practicing not to curse too much because, running for governor state and all. Yeah. And they can clip all of my shows that I've done in here and they can try to throw that on me. But guess what? I'm ready for all of it. I have never spoken a lie in my show. Ever. And I will stand for America first every single time, even though you don't understand what that means. So nobody can tell me, oh, the victimhood card of slavery, shut the hell up. You cannot tell me prejudice, shut the hell up. You cannot tell me racism, shut the hell up. You cannot tell me that white men are supremacy because they're not. Shut the hell up. You understand that? Do you understand the Constitution and the Declaration of the United States of America? We are all equal, period. All equal, period. We are a republic, a constitutional republic. We are a country of laws which bring order, and you will abide by them. You will not use the Constitution for your own selfish benefit. It has to be applied to everybody equally. To say that natives are the only ones that have the right to this land, which land? Which land? And which native tribe? What, the one that beat the other ones? Where's your logic? If you were just peaceful nature people who were just loving and accepted everybody, fantastic, but you weren't. Let me be clear. A lot of Europeans were welcome. They were welcomed by natives. Others disagree. Did Europeans have bad people? Absolutely. Absolutely. There is good and bad in every culture, in every nation, in every ethnicity, in every background. There's good and bad. What our job is to distinguish which parts are the good ones. And when you start judging with prejudice, with racism or hate in your heart, you will always make the wrong decisions. Do you understand how important it is that you know the difference between good and evil? I think I don't have to preach to everybody. You guys should know the truth. You got the facts. You got the history. You know, Chief Wildhorse gave me a whole story about the Comanches. Fantastic. Amazing. I love listening to him. I don't agree with some of the points because some of the points seem to be a little bit racist towards white people because of something bad that happened to him, which I don't blame him. But the same things have happened to me, and I don't have resentment towards that group of people that did the same things to me. None. So why do I defend the United States of America? It is the greatest country on earth. I love the United States of America, regardless of all the imperfections and all the bad people that we have. Sure, we want to clear up a lot of issues throughout the world. And yes, we have a lot of maintenance to do here in our country. But let me remind you something. Every single time that President Trump has tried to send the National Guard to take care of violence in our cities and states, every single time Democrats said no. So when you tell me that the United States of America, America first, is the priority, and then you don't condemn the Democrats for saying no to prioritizing the safety of the national people, you are a moron. You are so beyond ignorant and stupid, and I cannot take your side. Do you understand what I'm saying? So President Trump allows governors, which is the way that it should be, governors, mayors, city councils, you should take care of your states and cities. If there is violence, take care of it. The president is not there for you to blame him for every decision that he makes, and then you wash your hands and say, oh, that was the president, that wasn't me. Motherfucker, you need to do your job. The people need to be held accountable for disrespecting the law. The people in law enforcement who are not respecting the people's rights should be fired. Same consequences, both ways. I am a man who believes in love, but love does not come without discipline. I do not take the left side nor the right side. I take the common sense side. And by golly, half a century of my life, I have learned the good and the bads in this world. I have learned betrayal, backstabbing. I have been a doormat for many people because I was too damn nice. Every time that I say the truth over here, oh my God, you say you're Christian? Oh my God, Antichrist, shut the hell up. The truth hurts. The truth is a double-edged sword. It cuts both ways. If you don't stand up for your country, your enemies will eat you alive. With that being said, let me jump into this Iran war. Many people blame President Trump. You know what? It comes with the territory. Many ignorant people say that Israel is forcing Trump to do what he's doing. And the ignorance in that, it's two things come to light. One of them, these people are very anti-Semitic, which, by the way, I support Israel 100%. Number two, the death threat was not made just to Israel. They said death to America and death to Israel. Is the UK getting involved? No. Bunch of cowards. They're losing their country to Muslims right now. Does France want to get involved? Yeah, kind of. But they're still losing their country to Muslims. Spain. Rape gangs have quadrupled in Spain because they have allowed over 500,000 Muslims to reside with them. It's not a coincidence. I'm sorry. It's not Islamophobe. Shut the hell up. That doesn't exist. It is a fact. It is a fact, and you know it. And you know it. Something inside of you is giving you a conviction, and you're feeling in your heart. You feel it in your soul that something just ain't right with allowing all these Muslims into these nations. And the biggest proof is, look at the disorder, the violence that comes with that wave of illegal Muslims invading European countries. It is so convincing, it's so proof that Islam does not belong in Western civilization. It is the reason why the Iranian regime has to be annihilated. Enough with terrorists trying to inflict pain upon all of our people. Who's all of our people? God-fearing people. People that follow the law. Law-abiding citizens all over the world. The coward of the UK. Unbelievable. But when they need help, oh, USA, you're fantastic. You're the greatest. Shut the hell up. You may not like my words, but they're true. I'm going to play a video from, oh, jeez, this is crazy. I'm going to play a video from the Piers Morgan show. And I want you to listen to the madness of Cenk. I'm sure you know who Cenk is. Cenk is a skank. This guy is kind of like Moorish, man. He thinks he's self-righteous, and he thinks that his people are shut the hell up with your self-righteousness, who is actually the opposite of. This is the mentality of the people. And I want you to pay attention. So you have one guy that is clueless. You have another guy who is a coward. You have a guy that is anti-Semitic. And then you have a guy that actually stands for American values. Now, I will give you a disclaimer. The F-bomb will be dropped on this clip. I think it is. I think I clipped it right. Let me just go ahead. This is just a part of this great panel that Piers Morgan has set up. Okay? I can't do it. I don't have that money. I don't have that audience. Eventually we'll get into some stuff like this in the future probably. But for now, I have to concentrate on what's coming up in the next month and a half, and that is, first of all, getting my name on that ballot so that I can do an official campaigning against the tyranny that is going on here in Washington State. With that being said, let's listen to this, and I want you to tell me if you don't see the evil and the good in this battle.
Same point I made. I mean, Sir Richard Dalton, the interesting thing about this has been the way that the Europeans have reacted. Almost all the major European countries are just not having any of this war if they can possibly avoid it. Are they right to do that? Tony Blair sort of reprimanded Keir Starmer, albeit in what he thought was a private speech, but he said, when the Americans ask for Britain to help, we've got to say yes. That is part of being the special relationship, the main ally. And that when Keir Starmer wouldn't even allow permission for the Americans to use our bases without any commitment of British forces, that was a smack in the face. Do you see it like that? I mean, is it wise for Britain to literally say we're not going to do anything for you from the get-go here?
Well, that's not what they said. That your account of British policy, I'm afraid, is a travesty. First of all, Britain was extensively involved in the build-up of American air forces to the Middle East. Secondly, we were not prepared to engage in the offensive phase of the war like our European allies. And that was for two main reasons. First, Iran's conventional capabilities, including its missiles, its first use of those conventional capabilities was thoroughly contained by American forces, Israeli forces, and allied forces in the region. There was not going to be first use by Iran of those missiles. Secondly, and here for a digression to some painful facts, which is that we are here on the nuclear question because President Trump, on Israeli advice, sabotaged the 2015 deal implemented in 2016, which Iran observed to the letter.
It was a disaster. They were cheating.
I know that's controversial, but
they were cheating. It's disaster. It was a disaster.
They were not
deal.
cheating. That's a lie.
I'm trying to listen.
Oh,
but the
Piers,
important
come on.
point,
Are you going to let that go? They were
cheating
on the
deal. You can respond in a minute, Ben.
They were not cheating, and that is attested by the International Atomic Agency, that was the referee on this matter, accepted by the United States.
But Mr. Richard, just to jump in. Hang on, Mr. Richard, just to jump in. You were very indignant at what I suggested, and yet isn't the fact, when you're talking about facts, the fact is that when this attack was determined by the Americans and Israelis, Donald Trump called Keir Starmer, and they asked for permission to use our bases, and we said no. We only changed our position on that 36 hours later when actually the Iranians began to attack places that had British citizens. But I'm surely I'm right. I mean, our initial position was to say we're not going to have anything to do with this. We're not even going to let you use our bases to launch your planes from.
Exactly.
We had a lot to do with the initial build-up. But the important point that I was getting to is that British policy is based on the fact that there should be, when you go to war, a sound legal base and a proper plan. And everybody knows there was no sound legal base and there was no proper plan. Now, when British interests became directly engaged through Iran's reckless attacks on the Gulf states, then it was right for Britain to change its position and said, yes, your Lancers can fly bombing raids against missile sites from British bases. So I believe that the British government has called this right, particularly on the Strait of Hormuz, because simply sending ships where the US Navy is not prepared to go is not the solution.
Well, by the way, even if we wanted to...
Listen to this truth right here about the UK's Navy mine destroyers.
We can't, right? We have 7 mine-hunting vessels in the UK fleet, right? Of which three are currently unoperational. 3 have to stay in British waters to protect British waters. And the one remaining one was in the Gulf before the war kicked off and has now been brought back. You know, I'm afraid what this has exposed, Sir Richard, is, and I speak as somebody with many members of my family who've served in the armed forces, including in wars in...
I want to point out that the UK has removed conservatives from the country. Sturmer is a socialist, just like this clown over here, old man, that doesn't understand. See, this is the kind of people that we declare independence from. And we continue to go back to Egypt, into the slavery mentality, into the moment of slavery in history, and you cannot comprehend that you cannot go back to that mentality. You got to be able to emerge above it. And there's going to be some discussions, and there's going to be people that are going to criticize you, but you got to stand up for what is true. We cannot let history repeat itself. I do not support, nor do I expect any help from any coward country that call themselves allies to the United States of America. This thing in Iran, President Trump called it a test of the alliance. And they failed. Big time. Failed. Now, I want you to listen to Cenk when this moron comes out here. And just watch how, you know, I understand me. I use bad words as well. I get passionate. I get that. But listen to this. And if I look as hateful as this guy, man, I'm going to have to start changing some things. But the fact is that the reason why I get on your case is on a neutral level to make sure that we are protected. And I am in no way racist or prejudiced against any other group except those terrorists who want to harm our country.
Iraq and Afghanistan, what is exposed is that our armed forces right now, in terms of our ability to be a meaningful contribution to situations like this, are pathetic. Our army's been reduced to the size of a football stadium. Our vessels are pretty well unoperational. You know, the one we are sending is going to take 2 more weeks to get there. The whole thing looks completely embarrassing. And if you just compare our fleet now with the fleet Margaret Thatcher sent to the Falklands in 1982, it is unbelievably tiny by comparison to what we even had in 82. So I'm afraid that when Donald Trump says, look, you guys aren't serious and we don't really need you, there's kind of a truth to that, isn't there? I mean, why would he need
It's symbolic at best. It's symbolic at best.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know why would the Americans, with half the world's military firepower, need the British forces right now, which frankly are an embarrassing pittance compared to what we used to have?
Yes. Let's hope that in the period now that we've got rid of a conservative government and we've got a recovery from the 2008 crash and we've got rid of austerity and we're starting to recover from the disaster of Brexit, we can have economic growth that will allow us to rebuild our armed forces in accordance with our commitments to NATO.
Well, I think there are two, honestly, with all due respect, I think looking at the British Chancellor, Sir Richard, with all due respect,
looking at underspent on defence.
Right, but looking at the outpourings from Rachel Reeves, the Chancellor of the Exchequer in the UK, there are 2 hopes of that happening anytime soon. No Hope and Bob Hope, and he's been dead for at least 20 years. Ben Ferguson, look, I think Trump, as always, amid all the bluster...
Go back to Ben?
You know, and just to quickly on this one...
Yeah, he said Ben Ferguson.
Shut the hell up, Cenk. Stay in your lane, you skank. Man, listen. The biggest example of anti-Semitism right here in the flesh, the Young Turks. The Young Turks, they started off not too bad, but they have shown their true colors and their hate and anti-Semitism that they have against Israel. And that's why he's garbage. If he was to say, hey, listen, I understand that Israel wants us this, but we should just not go with Israel. No, listen to how he talks about Jews. The anti-Semitism is just oozing out of this ignorant demon. And just listen to the hate in his voice. And he even curses them. He says, doggone it. Doggone Israelites. Doggone Jews. Watch, listen. And I don't want to say it, but just listen to what he says. Warning, there's F-bombs and a lot of blasphemies and sacrilegious comments coming here from Cenk, the ignorant of the panel.
I'm not saying, sorry, bro.
On the
Just
one
give it
point,
a second. He'll come to you.
Cenk, I'm going to let you round things off, so don't worry. And you can do the equivalent of whatever Ben now says. But Ben, the thing with Trump is, through the brashness and the rhetoric and so on, a lot of it is very incendiary. But there's often a sort of salient point nestling in the middle of it. There was when he called out NATO for not paying their member dues. And the kind of is about the support that he could get from a country like the UK, even if we were prepared to offer it, which is frankly pretty negligible.
Yeah, it's symbolic at best. And look, I think this is part of the calculus within this second administration of Trump and the people around him. You look at what you want, and then you look at reality. And reality is there's a lot of people in the Trump administration that feel like the UK right now is very vulnerable in their own borders. They have not done enough to protect their own citizens from Islamic extremism in the UK right now. The military, as you described it, unfortunately, and I say this because I'm rooting for the UK to be able to protect and defend itself, is in a really bad spot. And so did you need it? No. Would have been great to symbolically have the UK stand up because, look, we all know in the U.S. the UK, if they have a problem, is going to call us begging for help. And America will come to the aid of our ally. I think a lot of this just comes down to the hardcore liberal government that you have right now in the UK. Starmer's not a guy that's going to take chances. He's certainly not fighting to protect his own people in his own country from Islamic extremism that have taken over in the UK. So why would we expect them to work with us in Iran?
Article 5 of the NATO treaty.
All right, let me bring in.
I understand your point, but you go back to the core here. Is he going to stand up with the U.S.? The answer is no, and the Trump administration knew that, and that's why we did the right thing no matter what.
Okay, well, whether it's the right thing or not, time will tell. Cenk, let me allow you to round things off. It looks to me like this is increasingly a massive quagmire from which it's very difficult to see how Donald Trump pulls one of his usual extrication operations where he claims victory and moves on and everyone kind of pretends it didn't happen. It's too big a deal for him to be able to do that, I think.
Yeah. So I have a solution to this, but first let me wade through all the lies that have been said.
Here comes the the snake. Listen to this. He's going to clear up all the lies. Now, just for your entertainment and your little bit of knowledge for you guys, Article 5 is the cornerstone of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, establishing that an armed attack against one or more members in Europe or North America is considered an attack against all. It commits members to assist the attack party by taking individuals or in concert necessary actions, including armed force to restore security. The fundamental principle of this, it embodies the principle of collective defense, meaning an attack on one ally is an attack on all allies. And I'm going to tell you something. If you need to wait for us to be hit with a bomb, you are a fool. When Iran, the regime, not the country of Iran, most of the people, they're on our side, and we are there to defend them, and we will continue to listen about this. But I want you to understand something. When Iran's regime says, death to America, we got 60% enriched uranium, 11 nukes and intercontinental missiles are coming, and we want death to America and Israel. This is why we are in pace with Israel, because they are threatening both of our nations. So don't be an anti-Semitic moron and buying into this whole leftist narrative that is actually anti-Semitic, you need to stop being anti-Semitic, please. Stop hating Trump and start looking at the policies and start looking about what actually makes sense. We are under imminent threat from this regime. Our excuse to attack, over 30,000 Iranian innocent citizens were killed by this regime. We're stepping in. You know what NATO should do? Hey, you can't be killing people. The Iranian people, listen to this. And I'm gonna give you the biggest fact that I can give you. NATO is not there to protect regimes. NATO is supposed to protect the nation. When the nation is being inflicted and attacked by terrorism, NATO should be the first one to say, hey, let's kick some ass. But they don't. They do the exact opposite. And so the United States of America doesn't need any of them. But it is symbolical, as Ben Ferguson said, it is symbolical. The UK did not have to use vessels, military, nothing. All they had to do was say, hey, USA, we're with you. Here is the military base at your disposal. That's it. No sacrifice. And then they can get ready for attacks because, as we know, the regime in Iran has been attacking all of their friends. In the meantime, all of those friends are not attacking back. What is it? We got the Japan Prime Minister. She was, because she knows she's wrong. I give her no credit. Donald Trump does. I don't. She's a coward. Ungrateful ally. Like South Korea. Like the cowards UK. I give him no breaks. This is the time where they could have shown us. Because we're not going to have this every day, every month, every year in history. This is the time where they could have said, hey, listen, the United States of America is our greatest ally. Let's show them some love. Let's show them some support. Instead, you see in my thumbnail, and I don't know if you noticed this, Iran, Russia, and China. See, you don't look at hindsight. You have short sight. You got to at least have normal wide side in order for you to see what the hell is going on. With that being said, let me bring you back to this idiot Cenk that's coming in here. And I want you to understand the difference of my yelling, trying to be neutral, trying to make sure that people in Iran are being taken care of, defended. We can't leave them alone. We went in there knowing exactly what our attacks was going to be. Can we expect everything that we are seeing today? No, we don't. We know the capabilities of the military powers that we have. And don't worry, I have some clips to show you. But nobody really knows exactly what to expect. But what the president knows and the military knows is that they are ready for any type of counterattacks. And that you can take to the bank. God bless the USA. You know what? How about we do this? I want to thank you, my support. Some of the libtards come in here and be like, oh, Dennis, who's paying you to do this? Well, my members. And because I love them so much, here's a little bit of entertainment giving you a big thank you for supporting the Dennis Herrera Show. And we'll be right back with this idiot Cenk.
It's like
Thank you all. Appreciate you. All right, let's continue.
So if you notice, before the war, people like Ben Ferguson were saying, oh, we're not necessarily going to attack. Donald Trump's a peace president. He's
That's
not
not
going
what
to
I said
attack.
ever.
He's not going to put
That's
in
not what I
ground
said
troops.
ever.
Yeah,
Not what I said ever.
yeah.
I never said it.
And
Go
all
find a
these-
video.
in
Go
all
look
these
at YouTube.
debates-
Listen to any one of my shows.
in all
I
the-
never said
all right,
that.
so
Not one damn time.
Piers, this is why I shout on your program, because every time I start talking, some Israel first son of a bitch comes in and starts talking over me. Hey, you made
America
all your
first,
Israeli
right there,
talking
American
points
flag,
already.
bro.
Be
There's
quiet.
Israel right
Oh,
there.
yeah, my ass.
Yeah.
Okay,
Cenk,
see,
you've
here it goes
actually
again.
done, Cenk,
So
for
then
50
here's the
minutes,
other line.
Cenk, for
Here's-
50
hey,
minutes,
can I
you've
just
managed
effing
to
talk?
stay relatively calm. Don't blow it now.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's what Israel First does. They just jabber, jabber, jabber. Anyway, so here we go. So then Ben said, and all the Israel First clowns said, oh, we're doing this for the Iranian protesters. And once we start bombing them and murdering them, they're going to love us. And now he's saying, well, of
Never
course the
said that
protesters
either.
can't come
Never
out.
said that either.
We're
You make up a
bombing
lot
them.
of
We're
shit,
bombing
man. It's
them.
pretty
That's what
impressive.
we
Like-
said. All right.
Yeah,
All right,
never
here we
said
go.
it.
Will you shut the fuck up? Will you shut
you're
up?
saying, if you're putting
we
words in my
already heard your
mouth
stupid
that I never said,
Israeli
I will
talking
never be
points.
quiet. I'll never be quiet when you put lines into my mouth of things I never.
Okay. So listen, I understand, but listen, I understand him being upset, being cut off. But the reason why he's getting cut off is because he's saying, I'm going to put an end to all these lies, and begins lying. Begins lying and saying things that are not true, things that he has never said. And there he is, this righteous prick, this anti-Semitic righteous prick, going to tell us that he's going to go ahead and break all the lies with the truth, and the snake starts slithering his lies into it. Of course, Ben Ferguson is going to react to it and be like, well, wait a minute. You can speak whatever you want. Don't be putting words in my mouth. I never said that. I never said that. And he says, go fact check me. Go check my video. Go do this. He's right.
That's why we have to shout on this show, because these assholes won't shut the fuck up.
Like,
All right,
I never
just to be
put words in
clear,
your mouth.
just to be
I never put words in
clear,
your mouth, the things you've
I
never
think
said.
there
I
are
never
there
do
are
that to you.
actually less chances of Ben Ferguson shutting the fuck up than there are of the Bob Pope analogy I gave earlier. So why don't we just assume both of you can be equally garrulous? Cenk, finish your point.
No, I haven't interrupted him once. Okay, so look, guys, we're ignoring the 800-pound gorilla in the room. For example, if somebody was to come in here and they were going to listen to this discussion or debate, but we told them ahead of time, hey, these guys are all clean and honest, then they'd listen to it and try to figure out what's happening. If we told them ahead of time, someone gave them $100 million to all say the same thing, we'd go, well, then we're a little bit more skeptical, to say the least. So that is what's happening with our politicians. Israel has given Congress $100 million. They've given Donald Trump $337 million. So this is all a fake conversation.
But these are tiny amounts
we have no
of money.
American interest in it.
They spent billions on day
okay,
one
now
of
you're
the war.
cutting me off, Piers.
These are tiny amounts of money you're talking
You're
about.
making up crap.
So, tiny amounts of money.
Yeah.
Piers, are you mental?
Do you know how much got spent? Do you know how much got spent on day one of the war?
$337 million that the Adelsons have given to Donald Trump because he
Piers,
is
welcome to my
corrupt and
club now.
easily purchasable. The Adelsons are corrupt and Israelis. The Israeli Adelsons gave Jonathan Pollard a trip on their private jet back to Israel and celebrated him like a hero because they love people betraying America for Israel.
But you don't
so the
think-
reality
you
is
don't think,
America has
Cenk,
no
Cenk,
interest.
you
I
don't-
can prove it.
Cenk.
I can prove it.
Cenk.
I can prove it. So tell me if we should put American troops or Israeli troops in. Okay, why are we putting our guys in? Ben Ferguson, that traitor, said that it was no big deal that 13 Americans died. It's a huge deal.
Never said that.
13
Yet
Americans
again,
died.
make
Why do
that
you
shit.
send your goddamn
Never said it.
Israeli
Never
friends into
said
a
it.
war?
Take the
They
blood pressure
started.
meds, bro.
They
It was
started
never
it.
said by me.
All
Never
right.
said by me.
You know
make
what?
up so much shit.
Cenk,
I'm never, Piers,
Cenk-
I'm never going to let anyone else on this program talk because the minute I start talking, they start interrupting and go, oh, Israel's the greatest, Israel's the greatest.
Okay.
They bribed all
Never
of our
said that either on this
politicians.
show today.
It is exceedingly clear.
Okay.
So stop working for Israel, you corrupt sons of bitches.
Okay.
Work for America. Here's your solution. Here's your solution, and it's super simple. We get the fuck out of there.
Okay.
We have zero interest in there. None, none, none. So let
And now
Israel,
you know
who
why
started
Trump
this
had to
war,
do what he
deal
had to
with
do.
their
He's
own
gotta
war.
deal with people
You
like
put in the
this.
ground troops. You put in the ground troops. Ben Ferguson, answer this question. Should we be
Sure.
sending Israeli ground troops or American ground troops?
I think there's no major ground troop movements because the president's made it clear we're not invading the country. If you listen to what he said, you would already know that, not have to ask
If we
that
put
question.
in ground troops, now that's
I
another
don't-
lie. He'll come
what
back
about
and say,
Israel?
"Oh, I always
Yes
said we
and
were going to
ifs
put in
and
ground
ifs
troops."
and
You know
ifs.
what?
I don't
Okay,
agree
look,
with
I'm going to call an
American
end
or
to this.
Israeli?
Cenk, the
American
truth is,
or Israeli?
the truth is,
American or Israeli?
All right, Cenk,
Which ground troops?
Cenk, calm down. The truth is, the American military has sent several thousand Marines into the area. They'll take a few more days to get there.
Cenk is 100% wrong, you libtards.
And as we know, when there was a massive build-up before the war started, there must be a high likelihood they may get deployed. Otherwise, why would you send them? And it may be that Trump calculates that to get to, say, the enriched uranium, he may have to use some ground forces. I hope it doesn't come to that. I think it would be a disaster, but we shall
So
see.
why not Israeli ground forces?
But we shall see. You know, think about
Why not Israeli ground forces?
Yeah, and
that's an anti-Semitic, racist Muslim right there. That's just the way it is. That's an anti-Semitic Muslim right there. These are the people that I am against. I am against them, period. Now, you can compare his yelling to my yelling. I get it. He's a very passionate guy. I get it. I know it. I feel it myself. I do. I'm a yeller. I was raised being yelled at, so maybe that's why I do that. But you have to understand that these people that they are defending, they're terrorist Muslims. They're not just Muslims. I love Muslims. I love all people. But not the radical terrorist who says death to America. No respect, no love. It is what it is. I can't love Satan. I can love all people, but I can't love Satan. And if you worship Satan, I have no love for you. I'm sorry. Call me a hypocrite, but I don't. I just can't. He is so anti-Semitic, I can't take him seriously on his argument. The fact that they ignore, and anybody else that comes to my channel and watches this, you cannot ignore the fact that they didn't say death to Israel. They said death to Israel and America. That's why we are involved. If Netanyahu comes and say, hey, Trump, did you hear what they say? Well, I will tell you something. If I was in Israel's position, I will definitely talk to President Trump and be like, listen, this is the intel. This is the intel and has been confirmed by Iranian government. They have 60% enriched uranium, enough to make up to 11 nukes. They are working on intercontinental missiles, meaning they will reach the United States of America. I come to you and I tell you this information, but don't believe me. You go find out. Joe Kent, the coward that just retired, I'm sorry, I shouldn't call. Listen, I appreciate his service. He's a veteran, fantastic. I get it. But the coward comes out, throwing a grenade on his way out. You just wiped out your whole honorable discharge. You just became a traitor to the country. You've been leaking information to some ignorant fool who gives it to our enemies. What do you expect? So as an American, I say, listen, Netanyahu, I understand what you're saying, but this ain't a war. I know they've been threatening us for 47 years. No big deal. Well, I'll tell you what. If I find something out, I'm going to do it. I am the 47th president of the United States of America, and it is only right that I end a 47-year-old war against the United States of America. And you say, no, that's Israel's war. Oh, Netanyahu, he's pulling the strings. Shut the hell up. Use your common sense. If I can tell you without even any Israel influence, see, I don't care about Israel when it comes to us right now. us attacking this regime has nothing to do with Israel. Not my opinion. My belief. We need to stop this evil from ever getting out of hand. Period. Israel happens to be the one in the Middle East. And I asked people these questions. So what would happen if Israel had no military? Well, these terrorist Muslims would have destroyed them a long time ago. God is not going to allow it anyway. But then what would happen if Israel didn't fight Hamas? We have Hamas supporters here in the United States of America. They go on the streets of New York and tell you, the dumbass Americans, that they will cut your throats. This is their prayer. How can you tell me that I am brainwashed? How can you tell me that Israel is pulling my strings? They are here chanting on the streets, death to America. Their prayer, for Pete's sakes, their prayer is to kill us. Wake up. You have to wake up. Somebody has to tell you, even if you don't like it. One day, you will know the truth. Paranoid Much Unlimited, if I came to your house and beat the shit out of you, would you ever believe me if I told you I was going to come back after your family? I bet you would. I bet you would. Don't be naive. These guys have been attacking us for a very long time, and only because they know that we will obliterate them, they have changed strategies. And one of them is to infiltrate our government. One of them is to pay off weak-ass Democrats and Republicans who take bribes. They have allowed the open border to come in here. Open border for everybody to come in here. They are dividing our country because you are naive. When somebody threatens you, you take it seriously. People have threatened my life here. I've reported them to the FBI. Very simple. I'm not going to sit here and be like, he's just joking. No, they are reported to the FBI. You can't play stupid. You can't play stupid. Why do you have car insurance? Why do you have house insurance? You know what insurance is? In case something happens. After 30,000 people being killed in Iran, something happened. And we are going to keep our word. We told them, if you kill one of them, we're going to bomb the shit out of you, and we have been doing it. If the other people who call themselves allies or friends to us don't want to get involved, it's because they're cowards. I get it. But I, for one, I'm very proud that we have warriors in our military who are willing to sacrifice for the better of mankind. America first does not mean American only.
And Israeli ground
Why
forces.
is that not even being discussed in Washington?
Well, you just mentioned
Why
it.
are we so subservient to Israel that we don't even have a national discussion about
really
should it
are
be our
obsessed
troops
with Israel.
or
It's
should it be
kinda
Israel's
scary.
troops?
Cenk, you know, sometimes...
Oh, so you're saying send in Americans,
No,
right?
but Cenk, sometimes you got to be...
Guys like Ben Ferguson, Ben Shapiro, and Mark Levin all want to send in Americans to die because they think Israelis are superior to us, and they think the Israeli lives are so important. 82% of Israelis want this war. Only 21% of Americans wanted this war. We don't want this war. The only people who want this war are the Israelis. They should fight their own goddamn wars and stop having Americans killed on behalf of stupid, irrelevant, disgusting Israel.
Cenk, for the sake of your spleen, if nothing else, I'm going to draw an end to this panel debate. But
I'm totally fine. I just love America.
Well,
I'm not like traitors like Ben Ferguson
we can tell.
and Ted Cruz, who who literally said he's there to serve Israel, like a servile dog.
Okay.
Dog, bark for Israel, little doggy.
Okay.
You see that anti-Semitism? Don't tell me that you're stupid or ignorant to not see that happening. The hate for Israel is oozing out of his eyes. You can disagree with me, that's all you want. but the truth stands, and the truth remains, and the truth shall set you free.
I'm going to leave
Serve
it there.
America. No more Americans dead.
Just for the record,
Send in
Ben
Israeli
Ferguson has an
ground
America
troops.
First
Start a
badge
national
on his
discussion.
jacket.
How about we send Muslims to attack these terrorist Muslims? How about that? How about we send Qatar? How about we send the Emirates? How about we send Iraq and all these Palestinians who are such war? Why don't we send those Muslims against Iran who has been killing their own people? Why don't we do that? Why is it Israel? Israel, Israel, Israel. Shut the hell up.
Make every politician answer why we should die instead of the Israelis.
Thank you very much, Cenk, and thank you very much to all of you. I appreciate it. Well, thank you to my panel for joining me today.
Now, this is very important because this is a whole different view of what the libtards on my chat are arguing. Listen to this. This is not Israel. This is not the United States of America. Listen.
He nearly got there. He was 5 minutes away from a glorious first ever Cenk Uygur debate where he didn't lose his mind. Unfortunately, we went on for another 5 minutes. I want to bring us two other guests now. Shiva Amini, who's a former Iran women's soccer player who fled the country after being photographed playing without a hijab, and the Iranian activist and regular on Uncensored, Masih Alinejad. Welcome to both of you. Masih, welcome back to the show. What is your view of how this war is going right now?
First of all, thank you so much for having me. We are in the middle of war. To be honest, my heart is broken when I don't even know whether my family members, my fellow freedom fighters, are alive, because the regime shut down the internet and they live in a total darkness, but no one talks about it. No one talks about it. This is a war crime that a regime, which the officials going to media tour, coming to your own show and talking freely, misleading the rest of the world, repeating the narrative of murderous regime, but my people live in a total digital blackout. And we don't
Pay attention, libtards.
know, as I said, me, Shiva, we have no idea whether our beloved family members are alive or not. But at the same time, I have to say that people are happy. I know that very well because I carry the wound of this war on my own body. Two of my beloved brothers were injured during the war between Iran and Iraq. And I know that this war is ugly, but this war is being imposed on us Iranians by the Islamic Republic. None of us wanted this war, but we want now the United States of America to finish the job and do not leave the people of Iran alone with a wounded regime. We don't want Ali Khamenei to be replaced with another Khamenei. And believe me, peers, when I heard the killing of Ali Khamenei, I celebrated alongside millions of Iranians, especially alongside of the mothers whose children were killed by the same government. And it breaks my heart when I see now Ali Larijani, one of the top security guys, being killed in the West, some actually saying that he was the pragmatic leader. And I want to say, yes, I agree with you. Ali Larijani was a pragmatic killer. He was a pragmatic hardliner. And people in my country know that very well. He was the one who ordered the crackdown. Ali Larijani was the one actually made tough decision to attack Arab neighbors. He was the Speaker of Parliament using hostile language against the US. He was the one actually tortured millions of Iranians when he was actually making decision in the Ministry of Culture. Top security guy suddenly became a pragmatic and reasonable leader in the eyes of left and liberal in the West. That breaks my heart.
Yeah, I saw that too. I saw John Simpson, one of the top BBC editors, he was saying how reasonable that guy was. I was like, reasonable? Really? You think that guy's reasonable? I think any members of this regime at the high level...
A reasonable killer.
Yeah. Masih, before I go to Shiva for her story, one question that keeps being asked is why has there been no sign of any uprising on the streets? given the military success that the Americans and Israelis appear to be having. You know, my conclusion has been, and correct me if you think I'm mischaracterizing what is happening, is that it's twofold. That one, obviously people remember what happened in January when many thousands of protesters were killed in the uprising then. And that secondly, obviously lots of bombs are flying around and the streets are a very dangerous place to be out on right now. Is that the two-pronged reason we're not seeing any real protests yet?
Let's be very, very clear. The entire nation, my beloved country, is being traumatized of seeing the dead bodies that, you know, piled on the top of each other in the streets, Piers. We never forget that more than 32,000 people have been killed in January. And they stormed into hospital, finishing off the wounded one, gang raped the nurses who were helping the wounded ones. This is the reality. And how come we expect people to take back to the street? There is still mourning for their children. Bombs are falling. And I think the next wave will be much heavier. But instead of asking that why people are not in the streets, I believe that we need to ask questions to Europe. Especially I'm asking Prime Minister Keir Starmer, who actually decided to send his representative to the embassy in London to celebrate the anniversary of the Islamic Republic. The same regime massacred innocent and unarmed people. We need to actually ask these leaders who are safe, they have power, not asking, powerless people of Iran who faced mass killings, that why you're not in the street. We must ask those anti-war activists who were saying free Palestine, where are they? Why they are not in the streets? Because if we want to free Palestine, we need to free Palestine from Hamas and the greatest sponsor of terrorism, which is Islamic Republic. I don't think this is a moral question, asking unarmed Iranian who actually faced massacre and torture that why you're not in the street while you are cut off from the rest of the world when you don't have internet. And I really want to ask European leaders, the leaders of G7, where are you? Why the diplomats are walking freely on your own soil? Why you don't kick out them? Why the embassies are still open? This is a barbaric regime, Piers. This is a barbaric regime that totally, putting people in darkness, and none of the leaders are talking about them. We are not the warmongers. The Islamic Republic is a warmonger. Okay. And I get angry when I see that people saying that, oh, you're welcoming war. No. Every single night we go to bed crying. Shiva, my hero, soccer player, she can tell you how now we are worried for the soccer players being forced to go back to Iran.
Well, that's what I wanted
That's why Iranians are not in the streets.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to talk to Shiva about. Because Shiva, for those who don't know your story, you played on the Iran national women's football team until 2017. And at that point, you were pictured playing football with male friends in Switzerland. It was deemed a crime by Iran's regime because you weren't wearing a hijab. And you were told it would be too dangerous for you to go back home. You said at the time, I lost everything, my family, my safety, my home, even my dog. You still have money in an Iranian bank account you can't access. After trying to get your family to visit you abroad, your mother was finally granted leave by Iran. Your father was blocked. While your mum was visiting, your father died. You were unable to return to Iran for his funeral. You still fear for friends and family in Iran. And you're often too afraid to check your phone for news in the morning. So that's a pretty harrowing account of what you went through and continue to go through. And of course, we have this replicated now by these Iranian national women's football players in Australia. Initially, a number of them, 7 of them, wanted to have humanitarian visas to stay in the country after they did their protest by not singing the anthem. But now only 2 remain, and the word is that the others were bullied and threatened and persuaded to go back because of reprisals against their family. And you know all too well what those reprisals can look like. So welcome to Uncensored, Shiva. But what is your view of what has been going on with these Iranian women's football players?
So look, Piers, it's beyond sad because you saw that picture of those female athletes, Iranian soccer players in Australia, when they actually had a big smile without hijab on, and you could see freedom and joy in their eyes, but at the same time, they were worried. And because of the regime, because the regime held hostage their families. And in that moment, I totally understand them, because the regime put you in that situation. You have only two choices: or think about yourself, your future, and be free, or return back to Iran because the regime threat your family. So I can explain you, like, there is a big guilt on your shoulder because you feel guilty. You know, it's really hard to being in that situation. I totally understand them, but at the same time, let me tell you something, because I was in contact with them, and it's so sad because their manager was actually working with Iranian Federation and at the same time with IRGC. So she asked asylum in Australia because she wanted actually to get information, and her mission was to convince them to get back to Iran. So after that, they decided to get back because, for example, Zahra Ghambari, their captain of the team, she recently lost her dad, and after she asked asylum in Australia, they got hostage her mom. You know, this is really sad, and they are under massive pressure.
Yeah.
So they decided to get back, and today you saw that video that they are like with that hijab again, depressed, under pressure. And those pictures can tell you everything about this regime. This is the regime strategy, the regime tactic to put and get hostage your family, to control you. So the next step is the regime actually forced them to make a statement in national TV, like a regime TV, to praising them, to praising regime. And they cannot be free. Even those two players, Atife and Fatemeh, they decided to stay in Australia, but they are under pressure as well because their family are in Iran. And I'm really worried. And I cannot understand what they are going through.
Well, nobody would know better than you what they're going through. It's extraordinarily brave and heroic, but obviously the potential consequences are enormous for them, for their families, and it's a desperate situation. I want to thank you both very much indeed. Massey, for coming back to the show again.
You know, you can disagree with me all you want, but the fact is that here they are, the innocent people. They are standing up for freedom for their people. You hear how scared they are of this regime. Are you afraid of our government? Are you afraid of President Trump? No, you're not. If you were, you wouldn't be talking shit, but you get the freedom to talk shit. Now, if you get put in timeout and put in a corner, it's because you're being stupid. I want you to be able to criticize me or criticize the situation in a manner that creates a conversation, not just an attack on my person or your person. You understand? To sit there and say, oh, I thought you don't want people to be blocked, or you don't understand why I do that. I want you to think. Don't just come in here and insult me. The reason why I insult out in general, not directly unless you push my buttons, it's I give you all of the information. You hear my voice. You hear the live. If you don't understand something, rewind it. That's why I allow it, so that you can rewind the live and listen. I don't just let the live go and then you can't comment. You can't rewind. No, I allow you to do that. I want to let you know I can block every single one of your comments. I can have comments allowed only to members, but I don't do that. So please respect at least that fact. Before you come into my channel to try to be a nuance, to be a pest, to be a pessimist, to come over here and put out your negative bullshit, appreciate the fact that I let you be here on my channel. And if I don't like you, I have every single right to get you the hell out of my channel. And I want people that agree with me, yes, to stay with me. I want to hang out with people that are mind alike. I am not here to convince you to change your mind or to sit here and debate your stupid comments. I don't care about that. And if I ever do, I will invite you to a debate. I will allow you to have questions. I will allow you to give me your opinion. And I think that you just don't understand that fact. Do you understand that fact? If you understand the rules of my chat, you will have no problem. You will not get banned. You will not be blocked. So that's what I'm saying. All right? All right. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and get to our live presentation here from an update from our great Pete Hegseth, Secretary of War.
Well, good morning. Yesterday at Dover Air Force Base, President Trump, the chairman, and I stood in solemn silence as heroes came home. Flag-draped caskets, we honored them. We grieved with their families, and we listened. What I heard through tears, through hugs, through strength, and through unbreakable resolve was the same from family after family. They said, finish this. Honor their sacrifice. Do not waver. Do not stop until the job is done. My response, along with that of the president, was simple. Of course, we will finish this. We will honor their sacrifice. Their sacrifice only steals our commitment. I wear this bracelet. Staff Sergeant Jorge Oliveira, he was one of my sergeants, or one of my specialists in Guantanamo Bay. He deployed later to Afghanistan, where he was killed on 19 October 2011. Killed 10 years after 9/11, 15 years ago. He was one of the 1%, the best of America. Not just a guardsman, but a law enforcement officer back home and a family man. I remember him every day, just like so many other men and women of our generation and previous generations who wear bracelets like this. Just as we will always remember those lost in this conflict. Their names are now etched into our mission and into the soul of a grateful nation. I stand here today speaking to you, the American people, not through filters, not through reporters, not through cable news spin. A dishonest and anti-Trump press will stop at nothing. We know this at this point. To downplay progress, amplify every cost, and call into question every step. Sadly, TDS is in their DNA. They want President Trump to fail. But you, the American people, know better. Yes, there are reporters in front of me, but they are not our audience today. It's you, the good, decent, patriotic American people. You, the hardworking, tax-paying, God-fearing American patriots. The media here, not all of it, but much of it, wants you to think, just 19 days into this conflict, that we're somehow spinning toward an endless abyss, or a forever war, or a quagmire. Nothing could be further from the truth. Hear it from me, one of hundreds of thousands who fought in Iraq and Afghanistan, who watched previous foolish politicians like Bush, Obama, and Biden squander American credibility. This is not those wars. President Trump knows better. Epic Fury is different. It's laser focused. It's decisive. Our objectives, given directly from our America First president, remain exactly what they were on day one. These are not the media's objectives, not Iran's objectives, not new objectives, our objectives. Unchanged, on target, and on plan. Destroy missiles, launchers, and Iran's defense industrial base so they cannot rebuild. Destroy their navy, and Iran never gets a nuclear weapon. Our objectives from day one. To the patriotic members of the press, nobody can deliver perfection in wartime. This building knows that more than anyone. But report the reality. We're winning decisively and on our terms. Iran is a vast country, and just like Hamas and their tunnels, they've poured any aid, any economic development, humanitarian aid into tunnels and rockets. That's what they did with Hamas. Iran has funneled decades of state resources, not to their people, but into missiles and drones and proxies and buried facilities. But we are hunting them down, methodically, ruthlessly, and overwhelmingly, like no other military in the world can do, and the results speak for themselves. To date, we've struck over 7,000 targets across Iran and its military infrastructure. That is not incremental. That is overwhelming force applied with precision. And again, today will be the largest strike package yet, just like yesterday was. As I've said from day one, our capabilities continue to build, Iran's continue to degrade. We're hunting and striking death and destruction from above. Iran's air defenses flattened. Iran's defense industrial base, the factories, the production lines that feed their missile and drone programs, being overwhelmingly destroyed. We've hit hundreds of their defense industrial bases directly. Their ability to manufacture new ballistic missiles has probably taken the hardest hit of all. Ballistic missile attacks against our forces, down 90% since the start of the conflict. Same with one-way attack UAVs. Think kamikaze drones, down 90%. Now, the Iranians will still shoot, we know that, but they would shoot a lot more if they could, but they can't. The last job anyone in the world wants right now? Senior leader for the IRGC or Besiege. Temp jobs, all of them. And to borrow a page from Admiral Ernest King in World War II, we've decided to share the ocean with Iran. We've given them the bottom half. We've damaged or sunk over 120 of their Navy ships, with battle damage assessments pending for many more. You see, oftentimes we have to wait a few days on battle damage assessment to get the real number. Their surface fleet is no longer a factor. Their submarines, they once had 11, are gone. Their military ports are crippled. Iran has terrorized the United States and our interests for 47 years. Their core industries, not steel or agriculture or tourism, their core industries are state-sponsored terrorism, proxy militias, underground networks, ballistic missiles, and a violent, messianic, Islamist ideology chasing some sort of apocalyptic endgame. A regime like that, refusing to abandon its nuclear ambitions, is not just a regional problem. It's a direct threat to America, to freedom, and to civilization. The world, the Middle East, our ungrateful allies in Europe, even segments of our own press should be saying one thing to President Trump. Thank you. Thank you for the courage to stop this terror state from holding the world hostage with missiles while building or attempting to build a nuclear bomb. Thank you for doing the work of the free world. Yesterday's ceremony reminded us why we fight. Not for nation building or democracy promotion, but to crush direct threats to America, Americans, and our interests. We fight to win, and we are winning on our terms, following our objectives. My 13-year-old son popped into my office last night while I was editing these remarks. He asked about the war and the families I met at Dover. And I looked at him and I said, they died for you, son, so that your generation doesn't have to deal with a nuclear Iran. It's the truth, and they did. So to the families who said, finish this, we will. And I say the same to every American who wants peace through strength. May Almighty God continue to bless our troops in this fight. And again, to the American people, please pray for them every day, on bended knee, with your family, in your schools, in your churches, in the name of Jesus Christ. To the troops, keep going, and Godspeed. Over to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and thank you all for being here. I also had the honor yesterday, as the Secretary said, of traveling up to Dover with the President to welcome home our 6 fallen. It was an honor and a privilege for me to be there and to say thank you to their families, and I want to mention their names this morning. From the 6th Aerial Refueling Wing out of MacDill Air Force Base, Florida, but stationed as part of an active associate unit at Birmingham, Alabama, Major Alex Klenner, John Alex Klenner, Major Ariana Savino, she was posthumously promoted from captain to major, and Technical Sergeant Ashley Pruitt, the boom operator on that crew. From the 121st Aerial Fueling Ring, Ohio Air National Guard out of Rickenbacker Air National Guard Base in Columbus, Ohio, Captain Seth Koval, Captain Curtis Anks, and now Master Sergeant Tyler Simmons, who was also promoted in the boom operator on that crew. To a person and every family member I spoke with yesterday, they all shared that their family members loved serving, they loved being part of a great team and a crew, and they loved airplanes and aviation. Our nation's tanker crews really are unsung heroes, incredible warriors who put their lives on the line so we can continue to take the fight to an enemy. I've personally witnessed their courage and tenacity many times, from the morning of September 11th, where they answered my call for some help, to the skies over foreign countries where they've come forward out of their safe tanker track to give me gas when I simply could not leave a ground force that was engaged in a firefight. They've answered the call and come forward time and time and time again. I'm filled with incredible pride and gratitude for all that the tanker crews do, our pilots, our boom operators, and the maintainers. And to the families of our 6 fallen, know that we share your grief. Our nation will never forget their sacrifice, and we will never forget their names. Our entire joint force mourns with you today, and will continue to remember their incredible gift of a great example for all of us. Now let me turn to an operations update. U.S. CENTCOM remains on plan to achieve our military objectives and remain unrelenting in our pursuit of Iranian missile capabilities, UAV capabilities, and their Navy, and as the Secretary said, their industrial base. Each day we continue to attack deeper into Iranian territory. As reported by U.S. Central Command yesterday, the U.S. military dropped 5,000-pound penetrator weapons into underground storage facilities, storing coastal defense cruise missiles and other support equipment. These weapons are bespokely designed to get through concrete and/or rocks and function after penetrating those barriers. We continue to hunt and kill mine storage facilities and naval ammunition depots. We continue to hunt and kill afloat assets, including more than 120 vessels and 44 mine layers, and the pressure will continue. We're flying further to the east now and penetrating deeper into Iranian airspace to hunt and kill one-way attack garrisons, destroying Iran's ability to project power outside of its borders. The A-10 Warthog is now in the fight across the southern flank and is hunting and killing fast attack watercraft in the Straits of Hormuz. In addition, AH-64 Apaches have joined the fight on the southern flank, and they continue to work on the southern side, and that includes some of our allies who are using Apaches to handle one-way attack drones. In Iraq, AH-64s have been striking against Iranian-aligned militia groups to make sure that we suppress any threat in Iraq against U.S. forces or U.S. interests. And we remain focused on pursuit of any platform that Iran could field to harm Americans or our partners. Last Friday, Admiral Cooper and the CENTCOM team conducted precision strikes against more than 90 targets on Karg Island, which included all of their military-only infrastructure, which included air defenses, naval base, mine storage, and deployment facilities. And as the Secretary mentioned, we continue to strike against Iran's defense industrial base and will continue to do so. Today, I want to continue my theme of talking about members of our incredible joint force. Today, I want to talk about some exceptional airmen who are engaged in the fight daily. United States Air Force, Air Force Reserve, and Air National Guard crews within our bomber force. The B-1s, B-2s, and B-52s, and the airmen on the ground who maintain and load these weapon systems. They are the backbone of America's long-range strike capability, and their contributions to Epic Fury have been decisive. Assigned to STRATCOM under Admiral Rich Correll and supported by TRANSCOM, the tanker force that we've talked about, under the command of General Randall Reed, every mission is designed to achieve overwhelming outcomes on behalf of the United States and our allies. Last weekend, I had the chance to go out and see some of our deployed bomber forces, the B-1 and B-52 crews, and I had a chance to sit down with some young aviators and maintainers and ask them, how do you feel? Tell me about your typical day. And these are crews comprised of between 2 and 5 airmen, 2 on the B-2s, 5 on the B-52s, and 4 in the B-1s out there. Some of these Americans are in their early or mid-20s, and we give them the gift of this incredible responsibility, hundreds of thousands of pounds of aircraft, and they take off and go do our work as required. Their mission actually begins the day prior when they're given a target or a bunch of targets, and they begin to study those targets, look at what are the effects required, what are the weapons required to get there, how will we program these weapons, what is the weather, what is the tanker flow. It's an incredibly complex problem that we give each and every one of these crews, and they work it over the period of 24 hours prior, get some rest, and then step out the door to go fly. The last thing they do is they check all of their equipment, their oxygen mask, survival gear, load pistols, and get ready to go. They crank the jets about an hour prior to takeoff and then launch into the daylight, doing their pre-flight checks, and as the kids say, lock in and prepare to go to war, sometimes on a long and stressful journey. During the flight, they're surrounded by technology and capabilities, and they'll do multiple aerial refueling efforts across tankers on the way to the AOR, area of responsibility, either coming from the States or coming from a forward deployed basing. And I will tell you, as a fighter pilot, getting gas is a lot easier in an F-16 than it is in a B-1, B-2, or a B-52, where you are handling this airplane. It is a physical thing, unlike a fighter that's a lot easier. And they stay on that boom for sometimes up to 30 minutes, taking hundreds of thousands of pounds of gas. It is a physical, demanding thing to take gas, and they do it multiple times on the way there, and they do it multiple times on the way home. As they enter the operating area, they bring the entirety of America's joint force together to go do the things that we've tasked them to do, to put bombs on time, on target, with the proper effects. And I know they're feeling a range of emotions, but the thing the American people should take away from it is they're filled with a focus that is incredibly impressive. And they have fear, of course, but their bigger fear is, Dear God, please don't let me screw this up. The warrior's prayer that we all have in our souls. In the days of epic fury, they were shooting, as we've talked about in this room, a lot of standoff weapons. Now we've switched and rolled, as I mentioned last week, to stand-in weapons. And behind each and every one of them are incredible maintainers and weapons builders who go out there and make sure these aircraft and their weapon systems are ready to go. These airplanes are so big that they're not in hangars. They're out in the cold, out in the snow, out in the rain. The bombs are being built outside for protection and to make sure that it's safe, and they do it 24/7, 365. It's not comfortable work, but when you go spend just a minute with these incredibly young Americans who are so motivated, you cannot come away from that exchange not being hopeful for America's future. It is simply awesome. And we hand these Americans, young Americans, incredible and weighty responsibility, and they deliver every single time. Quietly, with professionalism and humility, doing the things that we ask them to do. In conclusion, we will continue major combat operations. As the Secretary said, we continue to get busier. I know the Secretary and I share that we're incredibly proud of 2.8 million members of our joint force. I am personally, and we are personally grateful for the tenacity and professionalism of the brave men and women who serve inside STRATCOM, CENTCOM, SPACECOM, CYBERCOM, TRANSCOM, and the rest of the joint force. And I'll close where I started. I ask today that we remember those 6 fallen that came home. They represent the best of our nation. For those families that are feeling the pain, know that we are with you and will remain with you. May we always prove worthy of their sacrifice. And I'll turn it back over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Take a couple questions.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Given the updated degradation in strike target numbers you laid out, how close would you say we are towards achieving the President's objectives, and what is the end game of the operation without divulging any sensitive battle plans?
Well, we wouldn't want to set a definitive time frame on that, but as we've said, we're on plan. So we're looking at those metrics very closely, relaying that to the President and the National Security team, but feel confident that as again, we're more stand-in, means we're over the top, even further in, and we have even more of an exact sense of what we're striking and why, and even more dynamically, meaning because the intelligence improves, we're able to more quickly identify targets when they, let's say they come out of an underground facility where they've been hiding and able to strike it before it strikes or right after it shoots. But we're very much on plan, and that's why I want to speak to the American people here. You hear a lot of noise about widening or new missions or speculation about what we should or should not be doing. This is a clear set of objectives. The President has given us every capability we need to accomplish that. We've got the best in the world in uniform executing it on the ground. They believe in and are invested in this mission, and it will be at the President's choosing, ultimately, where we say, hey, we've achieved what we need to on behalf of the American people to ensure our security. So no time set on that, but we're very much on track. Absolutely. Yes, right here.
Good morning, Mr. Secretary. David Zier, Real America's Voice News. What countries have been the most cooperative with us, including the Gulf states, as Europe hedges? And I also wanted to ask you, the internet blackouts by the regime, it's been shut down for weeks. Is the U.S. military playing a role in fighting against the regime, blocking VPN networks and satellites and other things? Is there a role for the U.S. military there?
Obviously, on the allies and partners side, Israel from day one has been an incredible and capable partner, willing and able. There's nothing like capabilities and partners that are able to use them. The Gulf states have stepped up incredibly. In fact, Iran's sort of reckless attempt to strike civilian infrastructure and other things has brought countries who maybe would have not been as all in as they are today squarely into our orbit. And we're proud to be defending with them, standing with them, you name it. UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and others who have been right there. And we're grateful for that kind of support. As far as the internet, we're watching the regime try to tighten its grip as much as possible. And we're obviously taking countermeasures, many of which we can't talk about here, to ensure that messaging is delivered, not just to the Iranian people writ large, but to the right audiences, certain audiences that need to hear certain things about what their fate might look like or what their choices are. So even though that regime is trying really hard to ensure the world can't see, right? They want to put out fake AI-generated images, which, by the way, sometimes our press happens to fall for, like the Abraham Lincoln on fire and turning around. These AI-generated images are meant to make it look like something's happening when the exact opposite is. So they make up fake reports and fake images to lie to their own people to try to make it. But even then, their own people can barely receive a lot of those messages and communicate because of the blackout that they've imposed upon them. But we work around that for sure.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. General, overnight, Iran launched missiles across the Gulf. They managed to hit the Saudi oil refinery on the Red Sea. What does it mean that they have that capability now, 3 weeks into the war? And Mr. Secretary, you mentioned civilian infrastructure. Iran seems to be treating U.S. diplomatic outposts, embassies, consulates like they are legitimate hard targets in the region now. What is the Pentagon doing to, I guess, secure those assets, stop those attacks?
Absolutely.
Thanks for the question on the missile strikes. You know, as we said and have always said clearly, they came into this fight with a lot of weapons. This is why we continue to be as aggressive and assertive as we can against their ballistic missile capability, both their medium-range ballistic missile capability and their short-range missile capability. So we are continuing to hunt and find them and kill them, and we will continue to do so. So they still retain some capability. And we have layered defenses throughout the region that will allow us to protect those. And we're working with our partners across the Gulf region to help them improve any defensive capabilities that they may need.
To that point on capabilities, you know, Iran is an energy-rich country, could be, should be. Instead, like so many other places driven by a radical ideology, they've spent that money instead of investing in their people. And that's why you had millions of Iranians protesting. It's because they felt like their quality of life didn't match what it could be or should be. And what was the Iranian state? There's a reason we call Iran the #1 state sponsor of terrorism, because they took the money they make and they invest it in tunnels, and they invested in missiles, and they invested in launchers and UAVs, and we are destroying and degrading that in historic proportions. But it doesn't mean they won't still have some and try to hold people at issue, which is why we're fighting every single day to continue to compel. And you mentioned embassies and consulates. Unlike previous administrations, we are doubling and tripling down on ensuring that our people, regardless of their Department of War, Department of State, whatever they do, are secure in those facilities. And the best defense is a good offense. And so we're not afraid to go after and kill anybody, and we have a lot of them attempting to target our diplomatic facilities. Iran, you know, we're not surprised that they would indiscriminately target, and we're still seeing that. Jerry.
As part of the justification for the war against Iran, the White House has laid out in fairly comprehensive fashion that the Iranian regime's 47 years of terrorism aimed at the U.S., including pointing to the IRGC's provision of weapons and EFPs to help kill Americans in Iraq. The Pentagon in 2019 assessed Iran was responsible for the deaths of at least 603 service members in Iraq, but there hasn't been a similar accounting, public accounting by Iran's role helping the Taliban in Afghanistan. And that also hasn't been part of the White House's public argument. I was wondering if you could speak to Iran's role in helping the Taliban during the war in Afghanistan. And Chairman, as you and the Secretary eloquently spoke about, 13 U.S. service members have been killed so far during Operation Epic Fury. I was wondering what lessons have been learned from those deaths, both from Iranian strikes, from an aircraft refueling accident. How are those lessons being applied to the current conflict, and how are those lessons going to be applied to a potential conflict in Indo-PACOM?
Thank you.
Well, thank you for the question. And it's true. In a town that can have a very short memory, President Trump does not. He remembers what this Iranian regime was founded on, what their declaration has been from the beginning: death to America, death to Israel. They've stated that. They've intended to, in every way, try to accomplish that, killing Americans in any theater they can, embassies for quite a long time. In Iraq, that was the deadliest weapon, was the EFP, the explosively formed penetrator. I was there when that tactic and technique started to emerge, and the realization was it wasn't just jihadis putting together 155 rounds daisy-chained. It was an entire state, a country with its apparatus able to mold steel in a way that was specifically designed to penetrate American armor and kill Americans. This was not, maybe we send them a couple of thoughts about how to build a bomb. This was Iran specifically passing technology and wherewithal and personnel into Iraq to kill Americans specifically. I know the number is said to be 600. A lot of us think it's higher than that, given the amount of capability they brought in. So they have been at war with us, whether we acknowledge it or not, for 47 years. The same goes in Afghanistan. Name the Islamist enemy, whether they are Sunni or Shia, because this is a Shia regime, Sunni or Shia, and Iran's been willing to harbor them as long as that group is willing to try to kill Americans. So the enemy of their enemy has been their friend as well in the Islamist world. So Iran, whether it's Iraq, whether it's Afghanistan, whether it's around the world, has been targeting Americans. And what they wanted in this context, and what President Trump would not tolerate, is a regime of that nature being closer and closer to nuclear capabilities, a capability they would have said they would want to use, and we ought to believe what our enemies say they would do if they got the most dangerous weapon in the world. So it's been across every theater that Iran's been a threat to America, and sometimes we have to remind folks of that, but thank goodness we have a commander-in-chief who, on behalf of this country, has internalized that and said, hey, we're going to do something about it.
Jerry, I do want to talk about the lessons learned question because it's important to me. I won't share particular tactical lessons, and the KC-135 incident is under investigation. But I do want to talk about how I think about this and how we think about it. And this is something that I'm pretty passionate about. I believe the Joint Force has to be a very fast learning organization. Early, often, and always. And so in each case, both at the strategic, operational, and tactical level, we've charged the Joint Force to look at themselves and say, what was our plan? Well, first, did we have a plan, yes or no? The answer is always yes, because we plan for literally everything. Did we execute our plan, yes or no? If we did it work? If not, why not? If we didn't execute our plan but did something better, what's the lesson learned associated with that? And then how do we quickly capture those lessons after every loss or every engagement and quickly adopt those lessons and then share them across the entirety of the Joint Force? And inside the Joint Staff, we've tasked our J7 Directorate under the lead of Lieutenant General Lazewski, a United States Marine, to be extremely entrepreneurial in harvesting and capturing those lessons in a proactive and not reactive way. In fact, we've got teammates from the J7 who are now spread out across the CENTCOM theater, both here in the States and forward, to ensure that in every opportunity we do not miss a chance to grab that lesson and quickly accelerate it into the practice that we adopt inside the Joint Force, so that if there's a loss or if there's something that we can learn from, that we learn it not only in the CENTCOM AOR, but we adapt it across all of the combatant commands, not just Indo-PACOM. And it's across all of the warfighting functions. I've asked them to look rigorously, to check our egos at the door, to remember this is about what's right, not who's right, and to be clinical around the way we look at lessons learned, because we owe it to the force to do that. Thanks for that question.
Absolutely. Brown jacket in the back.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Jonathan Dre with Roca Politics. As you said, at the end of this war, Iran will be without a missile or drone capability, a navy, or the ability to make nuclear weapons. Since the largest threat and sponsor of terror in the region will be incapacitated, are there plans to move assets and troops out of the Middle East? I guess in a perfect world, a year after the war has ended, what does the military presence in the Middle East look like compared to before the war?
Well, I appreciate the question. I do think when you address a real threat head on, it creates new options on the other side, right? I think what President Trump refuses to do, which too often this town does, is just sit in the status quo. Oh, nobody can do about that. They've got too much capability. What if this happens? What if that happens? He instead says, what's in the interest of the American people? It's going to take some courage. It's going to take some capabilities. We're going to have to gather some forces there in order to do it. We're not going to tell people how many or how long or what we're willing to do or what we're not willing to do. But if you do that and do that decisively, then out the other end is a recognition that it opens the aperture of what's possible. I mean, President Trump did the same thing in creating an opportunity for the Abraham Accords. Now you've got a situation where a lot of those countries are coming alongside us, recognizing the threat of Iran. So I think our posture in the future will be based first and foremost on our own national security, power projection, the ability to defend our people and our interests. But no doubt, working alongside our partners, the president will look at what makes the most sense going forward. I appreciate that question. Yes, right here.
War crime, is that the policy of the U.S. military now?
Thank you, Secretary Hegseth. Two questions for you. The Vice President has often emphasized that the goal of this war is to denuclearize Iran while also avoiding a larger quagmire. I know that you touched on this. I'd like you to expand on how do you do that? How do you denuclearize the country while also avoiding this, forever war? And then there was a report last night that the Pentagon asked the White House for $200 billion for Iran war supplemental. Can you confirm this, and can you explain why a package this large is necessary?
Well, first of all, none of this would have been possible without Midnight Hammer, without that audacious mission with very clear goals that did obliterate their ability to enrich and the capabilities they have in those facilities. So it created the conditions for Iran to step forward and say, okay, you can reach out and touch us like that in our nuclear ambitions. You can see that we're still trying to do this. Let's make a deal. And President Trump put our two best folks on it, Steve and Jared, and they worked diligently, earnestly. I watched it to try to pursue that deal. And ultimately, I think the whole time Iran sort of said, well, we'll talk as we build more missiles and as we build more UAVs and we create this conventional umbrella so that if we chose to, we could try to reconstitute the program. And sort of naively thinking that President Trump wouldn't do something about it. And that's why, as Secretary Rubio has said, and I've said, it's the conventional umbrella that was growing and growing and growing that was meant to protect that nuclear capability. So you had to address both what happened with Midnight Hammer and what happened with that as well. As far as $200 billion, I think that number could move, obviously. It takes money to kill bad guys. So we're going back to Congress and our folks there to ensure that we're properly funded for what's been done, for what we may have to do in the future, ensure that our ammunition everything's refilled, and not just refilled, but above and beyond. I mean, President Trump, as he said, rebuilt the military in his first term, didn't think he'd use it as dynamically in his second, but he had. So thank goodness he did that. And an investment like this is meant to say, hey, we'll replace anything that was spent. And now that we're reviving our defense industrial base and rebuilding the arsenal of freedom and cutting deals like our great deputy secretaries here is doing, long lead times on exquisite munitions, we're going to be refilled faster than anyone imagined. And I think, we're also still dealing with the environment that Joe Biden created, which was depleting those stockholds and not sending them to our own military, but to Ukraine, which is every time we reach back and look at any sort of a challenge we have, it goes back to, well, send it to Ukraine. Ultimately, we think this should be these munitions are better spent in our own interests at this point, and this kind of funding bill is going to ensure that we're properly funded going forward. We'll take one more right here.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jordan Conradson with the Gateway Pundit. So with the strike yesterday on South Pars gas field, if the U.S. didn't know about it or didn't approve of it, it kind of seems like a trend of Israel apparently pursuing their own objectives over U.S. objectives. I'm not sure if you agree with that, but the president has said he doesn't want to hit Iran's oil infrastructure right now. As you said, the U.S. avoided this on Park Island. Oil's nearing $120. Why are we helping Israel prosecute this war if they're going to pursue their own objectives?
We hold the cards. We have objectives. Those objectives are clear. We have allies pursuing objectives as well. And the truth speaks for itself. I mean, President Trump was very clear about that. Iran has weaponized energy for decades. Israel clearly sent a warning, and POTUS has made it clear, very clear. Iran knows when you hit Karg Island and you hit military capabilities on Karg Island, which is the only thing we hit, we can hold anything at issue, anything. The United States military controls the fate of that country. Iran has the ability to make the right choices. It should not, going forward, target Arab allies, Arab countries, trying to create the pain that they created themselves. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for your time. Man, I'm having a blast. I'm having a blast just putting libtards on the corner. All right, so here's the thing. If you don't know, when you're in my chat and we're listening to some updates, shut the hell up. If you have nothing positive to say, hold your comments until we're actually communicating back and forth, okay? I will allow you to say some things, and other things I will block your ass out of here. Another one just showed up, sir. Oh, man, this is so fun. All right. So what I like to do is, okay, so we saw, if you have been here all this time, you will have access to give me a call, and you can just drop me a statement. And, hey, you're going to represent yourself. If you want to say something dumb, you know, people will hear your stupidity. Or you can be smart, wise, and give me something that that will spark a conversation instead of a timeout. As a little child that doesn't know how to make a conversation start. All right, so go ahead. There's the phone number. You are free to call. Woo! Freedom. You're free to call. And, hey, let's talk about it. Let me adjust my mic here. See if I can make it to where you can hear the phone and my voice as well. There we go. All right. All these guys that are so eager to call. Here we go. You're asking for a lot, Dennis. You know what? I'm so naive. I think people they can do it, man. They can do it. I forgot to hit like on my own video. Guys, if you haven't hit like on the video, please do so right now. I appreciate your support. Jason Martin, thank you for becoming a member. Robert, thank you so much for renewing 4 months of membership. This is my job for a lot of libtards that come here for the first time. I cannot do this without the support of viewers like you. I know I sound like PBS, but it is the truth. And so I appreciate every member that signs up. Thank you for the support. And we're going to continue doing what we do. So go on, guys. Come on. There you go. Let's go. California. This should be good. Hey, thanks for calling. Who is calling us?
Oh, no problem. No problem. Happy to do so.
Yes. What's your name?
Justin.
Justin, tell us what's going on in California. What do you think about this stupid war and whatever you think about this attack in Iran? Do you really believe that we're just doing what Israel says, or do you think that we have a duty to defend our country? What's your opinion?
I think I think we're doing what Israel is telling us to do, and then on top of that,
Sure.
we, the United States, have great interest in the Middle East.
Yeah.
And controlling the oil out there.
Yeah, to a point, yeah.
And I think that's one of the main reasons the United States is over there.
Yeah.
Over there in the Middle East right now.
Yeah.
And it's something that we just have to do.
Do you?
We have to do it.
Do you think that? So you have been following? Hold on. Let me I just clicked on my. Hold on. Let me close my whatchamacallit? Yeah. All right, there we go. Let me close, because I use my phone to monitor the audio, and so I use this number just for YouTube. This is not my personal number. So here's the thing that I want you to look at. I'm not trying to convince you or anything, but I want you to look at the facts. Okay, before we go there, let's say that Iran said death to Israel, and that's it.
Okay.
That's 1 point with you. Second thing I want you to look at is who went to the Middle East and supported all the Arab countries, right? Iran didn't want to deal with it. But who was the one that went over to make peace in the Middle East and made agreements amongst Arabs, meaning our president is not for Israel. He really is for all Middle East. And I think that people would look into these actions and say, you know what, maybe it's not all about Israel. Let me see what else is he doing. Is he doing just everything for Israel? And then I will agree with you, right? But if you think about it, he went and talked to the Saudi prince. He went and talked to the Emirate. He went and talked to everybody in there. And they all agree with President Trump that Iran is trying to be like Hitler. And, this whole thing that we know, right? Think about this. President Trump said to the Iranian regime, remember, we were not attacking them, right? We were not attacking them. And they have been warring against us for 47 years. It's like a Cold War, so to speak, right? And we said, listen, even if it's about oil, which, it is in our best interest, right? We want to be able to stay financially stable to be able to help our allies. This is part of America first. And so we said, not we, but our president that has the balls that I don't have, or any other president, says, if you kill any of those protesters, your own people, I will bomb the shit out of you. And he's talking to the regime, not to the Iranian people. Well, they kill over 35,000 people as far as I can tell, right? What did the Iranian regime do? They allowed access just to themselves, and they blocked everybody else's access to the internet. Why? So that they can hide in the dark. We just heard news that they have executed 3 people, including one young wrestler, which is something that they have done before. I've just showed a clip of an Iranian soccer player, right? You heard about those, right? That they, are protesting against the Iranian regime. She looks so scared, so afraid that their family members are going to be, dead because of the Iranian regime. So is it really about Israel? After knowing all those facts, do you still have the same 100% accurate feeling that it is about Israel, or do you think there might be just a small chance that there might be more than what meets the eye? What do you think about that?
Oh, there's definitely more that meets the eye. We have our hand in basically everything that's going on.
Yeah, a little bit too much, but sometimes we have to, brother. That's just my opinion, though. You don't have to agree with me.
We set up a queue in Iran in order to take over Iran, but that didn't really work out really well.
Yeah.
And the reason why the Shah is in power right now is mainly because we meddled into their affairs.
Of course. Yeah, they're not going to like it.
So our hands are not clean.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you know what? Nobody's hands, everybody has blood on their hands, but innocent blood is what we don't want in our hands.
What I'm saying is, my main point is I don't like what's going on over there.
Yeah, I don't like it either.
Iran. I'm glad that their leader, who decided to kill that many amount of people, is gone.
Yeah.
But I also don't think that we should meddle into their affairs, because every time that happens, something bad happens, and whatever we do causes more and more problems. Right? Who are we to dictate who rules over a certain land?
Who would help them? Who will answer the call?
That's for the Iranian people to take care of on themselves.
And if they can't?
Right? They have their country. They make their decisions.
I like it. Okay.
Leave it up to them. That's me. I don't think that any other country should go to another country and tell them what to do.
Yeah. So, all right. So let me flip it on you. I disagree with that, okay? But it's okay. This is a legit opinion and concern. So I've said the same argument, right, with illegal immigration. And everybody on the left side fights me because, first of all, we have a law, so I will stand by it regardless. But everybody on the left argues with me that we should take all of the burden, all of the people that seek asylum, so in some points, this is why I argue, and this is what I call people libtards. Now, just so you know, you're not a libtard, okay? But those who respond to the name libtard, well, if the shoe fits, right? So does the saying go. So never answer to me when I insult libtards. Never respond to that comment, because that tells me that you will be a libtard. Is that correct? Is that accurate? Yeah? You agree?
Oh want to generalize it.
Yeah. If I generalize and I say libtard, would you respond to that? No, right? Of course not. The answer is no, you wouldn't. Yeah, don't respond to it because it's not to you. Because your concern is legit. Your opinion is legit. Now, can we do it another way? I wish. I wish that we could, but I stand by my facts. We didn't just go over there, January 20th and be like, F Iran, boom, 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 right? President Trump went around the world, tried to gather. He stopped over 8 wars, right? Eight and a quarter. Eight and a quarter, he says. I just think it's funny. He's just being sarcastic. But, he stopped 8 wars. How? Well, diplomacy, right? Listen, I got the balls. Well, I'm an alpha. I got the greatest military force on earth. If you don't behave, I will be forced to use it against you. Yeah, people listen for a little bit. They try to rebel, and then we went back and talked with them, and then we fixed it again. You don't necessarily have to attack countries to fix their problems. I agree with you 100%. But, even when we have stopped 8 wars, people don't acknowledge it. You know why? They don't see the destruction. So they don't respect diplomacy. And then one thing that you have to understand is communists and extremist Muslims, I have to clarify, extremist, radical Muslims, right? Those who believe that Sharia law is above American law, those who believe that jihad should be here in America, those people I have no part of, and I want no part of. I know a lot of Muslims where their women actually don't have to cover their face and everything. They cover their hair, but they're not like, extreme. They're still Americanized. I have seen their wives without covering their hair, and they're not out there stoning anybody. So I know a lot of very peaceful Muslims, but they are religious people. They don't really, you know what I'm saying?
California,
What do you see?
and I've never witnessed a Muslim commit any crime whatsoever. I've never heard it on the news.
Yeah.
Never seen it in person.
Yeah.
I own a company. When I go to their houses, they only treat me with the utmost respect.
Yeah.
They're very
There's
courteous.
there's
They give
good
me
people.
water.
Yeah.
I don't have anything bad to say about Muslims here
Yeah.
in America.
Yeah, that's why I want to clarify, radical terrorist Muslims, and I verify that. The other thing is this, okay? And if you like Muslims, that's okay. You're supposed to love your neighbor, right? If you practice the religion, you don't have to memorize the Quran. Just go to the basic things of what you stand for. And if you accept Islam, right? Islam just means submission. It means to submit. Now they say to God, but it's not God, right? If you think about what God is love. And to tell people that you're going to cut their throats off because they don't believe in Muhammad, which by the way should be your biggest red flag. If you want to follow Muslim, if you want to be Islamic, okay, you have to know that the most high prophet, Muhammad, married a 7-year-old little girl, waited 2 years until she was 9 to, this is disgusting. I am sorry. That's it. That's all I need to know. Nothing else. Besides the Quran contradicting itself, that's all I need to know. The most high prophet is a pedophile. And, people use these comments in a perverted way. Like there's this guy that I keep blocking in here. He says that I'm okay with older men looking at 10-year-old little girls, right? Isn't a perverted thought to say that, you know what? We're going to wait 8 years until you're 18 years old, and then we'll talk about it. They twist that as a sexual perverted comment. And if you really look into the depth of it, he's not looking at that and say, oh, I want to take this 10-year-old for me. Consentive age, 18 years old. And there's 16 and 17 in some states, but 18 years old, it's you have all your rights except you can't buy alcohol. I don't know what that happens, but there it is. And so I have this argument with people that says, oh, everything is about Israel. Well, no, it's not. Israel it's one of our allies, one of our friends, and well, right now we have a president that believes, as I do, that Israel is our friend. Now, can you imagine? Do you know why our allies are not helping us? Let me ask you that question. What do you think our allies are not helping us?
It's not their war. We started.
No, that's irrelevant. That's irrelevant. If
shot at them.
here you
Well,
are,
then they're
let's
gonna pay for all of our mistakes.
Well-
like, why would Saudi Arabia assist us
What?
in the war when they're gonna get their assets messed up?
because we
when they're a
protect them,
terrorist country?
because we fight for them. That's why. We protect them.
We actually we're just using them. We're just
Hmm.
using them until we're finished with them. Until they got their
So
boat gone,
let's
we're just using them.
okay. So let me see here.
It's not. It's just a relationship. It's
Sure.
Like a business
Yeah.
relationship.
I get it. Let's say you and I became friends.
Yeah.
Well, there is this people picking on me, and I'm going to whoop their ass. That's not your war. Would you come and help me?
Though the reason why the Saudis are exclusively selling the oil to us is for protection,
Right.
right?
So why are you my friend?
That whole agreement goes away once the protection aspect of it goes away. So the whole reason why we signed up that whole agreement that's been benefiting the U.S. and us for so many years is for protection. And what is going on right now? Are we really getting the protection that
Are you talking about the agreement? Yeah, you're talking about the agreement that that Trump took away from Iran, the United States?
the petrodollar that just expired recently, and now the Saudis are trying to go and have the Chinese have oil sold in the Chinese yuan.
Okay.
This is the U.S. dollar.
Okay.
So we need to have Saudi Arabia. The reason why Trump right now is going after all the top 5 oil-producing countries.
It might look like it, yeah.
Canada.
Yeah.
After Greenland with like Antarctica and stuff like that. Iraq.
Okay. So that's
Control the oil.
that's not too far from the truth. That's not too far from the truth. But I want you to answer my question. If I was to go to fight against other people that are against me, are picking on me and whatever, and you call my friend, you call yourself my friend, would you come and help me fight these guys?
Of course. If I was
Okay, that's what we're doing.
Business relationship.
Yeah.
This is a business
So
relationship.
that's even more worth, right? So I expect my friends whom you see, Iran, you can defend Iran in every each way that you want. Hold on. Let me finish. Hold on. Let me finish, okay? Let me finish so that we can have a conversation.
Would you help your friend?
Hold on. Hold on. Wait until I finish so you can ask me a question, and then I can give you my full undivided attention. Okay. We are protecting the UK. We are protecting the NATO nations. We are the most powerful military force on earth, period. Hands down, and we have God on our side. We can destroy China and Russia. We can do that. And then they will destroy us as well because of the nuclear weapons. So you have to understand something. You cannot, if you are in a NATO, and I read this earlier, I don't know if you were here with me before, but the English, the UK people, they want to cite the Article 5, right, of NATO. Article 5 of NATO is really just saying if somebody goes to war against somebody else in defense, they need to help out. Well, Iran, they foolishly said, and I don't care if it's true or not, but this is what they were bragging about. And I mentioned this many times. They brag that they have 60% enriched uranium. I have to say this over and over, and people still don't get it. They will have the capability of building up to 11 nukes to attack. Now, you can say, well, Israel has nukes. Maybe. It's not confirmed. I will neither confirm nor deny. But Israel's not saying death to America, death to UK, death to all the Muslims. They're not saying that. They want to work together. And that's the difference between Israel and the rest of the Middle East. They want to work together. The Saudi prince said the same thing. I'm so willing to work with Israel, and we want to work with Iran, but Iran is the new Hitler of our time because they want to keep expanding. They try to take over Iraq. We cannot allow terrorists to just go rampant, making threats. And if we stop, let me tell you something. If we don't finish these attacks, you will be giving a message to terrorists that they can beat all of us. And that is not a message that I'm willing to gamble our freedom on. So I will say, if we protect all these other countries, Japan just came in today, talk with President Trump. Japan needs the United States of America. Let me remind you why China stopped effing around with Taiwan. Because we are attacking Venezuela, because we are attacking Iran. Now, it's not the countries, it is the communist regimes that we're trying to get rid of. China says, oh my goodness.
Japan needs America. They can't even build up their own military.
Have you not seen how scared they are of China?
Yeah, but why?
Yeah, we got 45,000 troops in Japan.
It's different because we have a pact where they can't build up their military.
Regardless, they're friends, okay? The Philippines, they wanted us out of there. China, start effing around with them. You know what? We're back in the Philippines. China, stop effing around with them. Everywhere the United States of America goes, we have a reputation that we don't F around. If you come in here and you start going against this whole human rights that everybody wants to complain about on the left that we don't have, here we are defending those human rights, 30,000 plus, and that's just in this one time. Throughout history, since 1979, they've been doing this. They've been hanging people. They've been decapitating. They've been killing these people always because they don't agree with how what they do. They go in and stone and whip people that go against the Islam religion. Islam means submit. This is an oppressive religion. When we say in Christianity, love our neighbor, well, you got to tell them the truth. You can't just let them go rampant and go commit evil and all this stuff. Sometimes you have to fight fire with fire. You've heard of this. And there's going to be casualties. I get it. War is nasty, it's ugly, but somebody got to do it.
The reason why we're going in there is to liberate or do any of that good stuff. That's just media rhetoric.
I don't care about the media. My opinion is my own opinion.
Increase expansion, and get resources. That's always been the excuse.
And who do you want to have that?
Away from where we were,
sure.
We were doing that to the black people here in America.
Yeah, don't bring the past in here. We fixed that shit already. Don't bring racism. No. Don't use victimhood card. That's bullshit. Don't play that card. I want you to answer. Don't play the victimhood card. I'm over it. I am over that. Yeah, I'm over it.
And then who are we to tell them?
Okay, answer me this one question. Who do you want to dominate the world?
I don't want nobody to dominate.
It doesn't matter what you want, is it? China wants to do it. Russia wants to do it. They don't care about your feelings. They don't care about your opinion.
When do they have bases all around the world?
Oh, let me check. Who's attacking Ukraine?
How many bases does
Who is attacking Ukraine? China has been building islands around Taiwan, Japan, and the Philippines.
I would do the same thing.
Okay, so here we are. I'm American. I am American, and I want America to have control.
You cannot surround a country with their military bases. It's not.
China does it. China does it. Russia does it.
Okay, so if another country had their bases in Canada,
yeah,
Mexico, and Cuba,
yeah,
that doesn't make any sense. Another country that's trying to take you over.
Yeah, why not?
Why would you allow that?
Why not?
And Russia told NATO several times, do not put Ukraine in NATO.
And Russia's not in NATO. Russia is not in NATO, so they have no voice. Russia's not part of NATO. They have no voice.
That's the problem.
Yeah, and who tried to get him in there? Trump. So who do you blame?
That's why they're starting wars.
So you blame NATO or you blame Trump?
We're trying to start wars, and we're trying to get access to all the oil. Because if we control the oil, we have leverage on every single country.
Right.
And no country can ever live without oil right
Yeah, right.
And you're literally handicapping them.
Yeah.
Our strategy right now, in order to hold power, is to get after all the countries that have oil, so we have all the leverage, and we maintain our global world dominance.
Yeah.
And our petrodollar.
Yeah.
And that's what the whole plan is.
Yeah. What's wrong with
Is
that?
that right?
Yeah.
Is that right?
100% right.
Okay, so if I have a money printer. I gave you this piece of paper, and I have a poor country give me their resources.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah, why
That's
not?
fair.
If
I
you
just
sign
have
it,
a
yeah.
printer who can print unlimited money. And
No,
I get
can't do
just
that.
steal
We're not right. Don't be naive.
resources
I'm not stupid.
for something I can print way more than every other country without getting hyperinflation.
We're
That's
not we're not that stupid. Stay with the facts. You were doing so good.
Take this currency, we're going to.
You were doing so good. You were doing so good.
What was I? What am I?
America first. It's that simple.
America first
Yes.
doesn't need to steal other people's
Oh, yes, we do. And it's not stealing, it's claiming what's right. We cannot allow terrorists and communists to rule the world because they have been killing people left and right. We don't do that. We don't kill people like that.
We do a lot more than a lot of these other countries that are doing these terrorist acts.
Bullshit.
I'm saying that we need to, but I'm not saying that.
Well, but it's bullshit. Don't talk bullshit. Tell me facts.
We do
Uh-huh.
what other countries do.
Uh-huh.
We would do it worse.
Yeah, we've killed millions of Americans? No. No, we don't.
Look what happened.
Okay, you don't know what China is. You don't know what Iran is. You don't know what Russia is. Tell me, how many thousands of protesters have we killed in America?
Literally, we just killed millions in Iraq.
But hey, they're not protesters.
Okay, but what did they do?
And they're not millions.
You tell me what they did.
Okay, but don't bullshit me. Did you talk to me with facts?
Tell me what they did.
What are you talking about?
Why did we go over there? Why did we kill them?
Ask the Iranian people that called for us. Ask the Iranian people that asked for us. Ask the Iranian people.
Iran kills like 30,000.
Uh-huh. That's just one time. That's one time that you know of. They went dark for a reason, my friend. They just announced. Right now, they leaked out the information. They just... Listen, man, your argument is dead. You want communists and terrorists to rule the world. I want America to do it because we're the most Samaritan countries.
Literally, no one to. You don't need another country to say that, hey,
You need it more than you know. Yes, you need it more than you know. Venezuela is grateful to us.
Why do we need that in a world where you have to
All right, I got another caller, man. We'll agree to disagree. We'll agree to disagree. I thank you for your opinion. Let me take the next call. Appreciate it.
Okay.
All right, thanks for calling. Who's talking?
This is Andy.
Andy, how you doing, Andy?
Good.
All right, give me some. What you got?
I don't think we should fight any more wars on behalf of Israel.
Yeah, I agree.
So why do you support the war in Iran?
Because of America first.
How is it America first?
Who's been threatening death to America?
Israel?
Don't bullshit. Okay, thanks for calling.
Have you ever...
Don't bullshit me. If you're going to call me, don't bullshit me. Rule number one, if you're going to call in, don't bullshit me. Don't bullshit me, please. Don't insult my intelligence, please. Go ahead, Martin. Give me a call. Don't just sit there like a keyboard warrior and call me in and give me some facts. I want to hear something that makes sense, okay? But you got to stick with the facts, please. I want to learn. I really want to hear your opinion. Thanks for calling. Who's calling?
My name's Andrew.
Hey, Andrew. Thanks for calling. What you got for me, brother?
Okay, you know how you was telling me how Iran is trying to take over and stuff? Why?
Well, not Iran, but the terrorist Islamic group, yes.
Yeah, but their borders haven't expanded. You know whose borders have expanded? Israel's. They took in part of Lebanon. They took in part of Gaza. They also took in part of Syria. Can you explain how that is benefiting America and why Iran shouldn't be fighting against a country that's expanding into their allies' borders?
Well, number one, Israel is not expanding. And number two, Israel is fighting all these terrorist Islamic people. If they don't fight there, they will come to the United States of America. Have you not seen history? 9/11. Who celebrated? Hold on. I'll let you ask me a question. Did you not see 9/11? Who celebrated? Every single terrorist Muslim from Turkey, Lebanon, Iran, Iraq, Afghanistan, every single Muslim. Brother, don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me, otherwise I'm going to hang up on you. Okay? Let's be civil. Okay, thanks for calling, bro. I don't need ignorance. I'm asking, for cordial conversation. I am not your puppet. I am not your clown. If you want to have a conversation, let's have a conversation. But if I let you talk and I'm being respectful, I expect the same in return. All right. Anybody else that wants to call in? Yeah, I don't understand. He calls in and asks me a question. Okay, why is Israel attacking here? Well, he says part of this, part of that. Well, you know why it's only part? Because they're not attacking the countries. They're not attacking all Muslims. There is Muslims in Israel. There is Christians in Israel. You don't see them annihilating them. So, of course, they're going to attack every single country that attacks them. That is a threat. They are attacking specific terrorist, radical Muslims. They're not just attacking Muslims. So you have to understand that. So if I ask you to let me finish, don't interrupt me. I get it. I've done this so many times, and I let people talk sometimes for an hour. Big mistake on my part. If I allow you to talk for a long time, it's because I like what you're saying, even when you're disagreeing with me. But it's making sense. You know what I'm saying? Like I can understand where the opinion comes from. I can understand how you disagree with me, but I like to know that there is a common sense point approach to how and why you think the way you think. And at the end of the day, we can either agree or disagree with it. But I'm not going to sit here and go around circles trying to defend every little thing that I say. This is not a debate platform. That's not what I'm here for. I want to hear you or opinion, but I want you to tell me. Moderators, if I want to say this, if I have moderators on the chat, get rid of the garbage. Anybody insulting me in any way, get rid of them. If anybody is putting a comment where they disagree with me, let it be. That's a big difference. All right, Iran has never attacked America, buddy, says Diaper. That's a great name for you. You hold a lot of shit in it. Never, he says. Who are we at war? Who's warring against us? The only war that we have declared has been war against cartels and terrorists. That's it. And that is something that the president can call upon. So you guys are mixing the words. It's not Iran, the people. It's the regime in Iran. It's not Turkey, the people. It's the regime in Turkey and Lebanon and every other country Russia, China, whatever country you want. It's not on the people. It's on the regime. And you guys bitch and complain about all this whole thing. And we left the vice president in Venezuela, and you're still not happy. You still find a way to bitch about it. Unbelievable. I want you to talk to me, even if you're disagreeing, but you got to know how to talk to me. If you have been on my show, you know what ticks me off. You know that I'm a fair man. And even when you disagree with me, I have proven it over and over. How many people disagree with me, and at the end of the day, I have no insults. I don't even get all, passionate about it. I stay calm. Because even though they're disagreeing with me, they know how to say it. Something that many of you here don't know. You guys don't know how to do it. And let me tell you something. The people that I automatically block or don't listen to are the same people that put comments. Here, let me just do this. Let me go ahead and block the calling for now. Let me read to you some of the comments. Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can pull up. Let me go ahead and pull up my community here. Now I'm going to read some of the comments. Okay? Watch this. Here is a comment on one of my videos. Oh, where'd it go? Oh, they must have deleted it. So Cold 4649 just commented a few seconds ago. He says, you even have the pedophile go hat. I don't know, something else. And then, let me see, I don't know, that's a link. It's crazy how many pedophiles you all are willing to protect. Okay. Sleepless in Seattle, Washington says, it is so sad how many stupid people are in Washington State. Ouch. It wasn't like this when I was young. I see the small towns I grew up in, and it's all woke people now. All my friends are moving out. Unbelievable. Grana 2020 says, you're a disgrace to humanity. I feel sad for your family if you have any because they're effing having a guy like you. Wow. Fantastic. John Polish says, okay, yep, thank you, sir. Unlimited 9748 says, I have a deal for you, Iran. You can have our last 6 presidents and their cabinets and Netanyahu and whoever worked for him ever, and we end this war. Brainwashed. Okay. Here is another guy. This guy's a libtard. Swiss Michael says, the truth is also what you should hold up in your streams, especially if you talk about immigration and voting. Illegals don't vote, says the ignorant libtard. Look it up, Dennis. Like 20 illegal voted in the past 25 years. But illegals don't vote? Those are the ones that got caught. But thanks for your comment, libtard. Here's another one. This is very insightful. I didn't know this. But Victor Rivera, 4045, says, you're a dope. I think he meant you're dope. It's a big difference. Let me see. Ignacio Mancia says, if I believe in God, everything else don't mean nothing to me. That's a double negative. Let's see. Who else do we got? Oh, here's a friend of mine. This guy's a libtard sometimes. He says, MindSpeak says, he's probably going to come here anytime. I know the feeling. Here we're forced by the government to pay a donor tax so we can cover all those red states that can't cover their obligations with the government. And at the end of the day, we're not going to read the rest. MindSpeak says, let me quote you. Now, here's a quote from me. Let's take a look. It says, you can't deny thousands of people shopping at the mall with money. Okay. What the hell you think people used to pay for things? Smiles? You got Trump syndrome. Oh, man. So when I make comments, like a sarcastic comments, like in my video, some people say that the background at the mall was fake. Some people don't understand sarcasm. So I'm talking about the video where I said affordability is not a problem. Or is it Trump's big, beautiful bill that everyone's bragging about? It's tax season, baby. So people that don't understand, it's that the leftist has been complaining and bitching and whining and moaning about the economy and affordability and Trump is evil and tariffs and all of this stuff. And yet I am at the mall watching thousands of people just spending money, buying things for themselves. And my point is not that there is no affordability problem or crisis or whatever. My point is that people are bitching and complaining about it, and yet they're out there wasting money on earrings, on jewelry, on ugly-ass clothes, $250 on a pair of jeans that looks like I've been wearing for 5 years. And they bitch and complain about gas. I said, what was it, a couple of days ago, yesterday or the day before, I said, gasoline prices in California are $8.30. And then the same libtards that bitch about gas pricing, they say, actually, it's $5.56. Another libtard on the same side, when I said gas in California is $5.56, they said, no, it's not. It's $10 a gallon. What am I going to do with you libtards? Are you not entertained? Oh, man. Tanya, thank you, sis. Somebody actually watched my shorts. Now, if you go through my videos, I want you to pay attention. DOA Knife. Listen to this guy. Okay, so I'm going to tell you something. DOA Knife and other people in here, listen, if you disagree with me, I get it. Okay? But when you leave comments, on my videos that tells people, oh, hey, this guy is a racist, he's a pedophile, and you put all these false claims against me, do you think that's the way that you're going to gain my respect? F you. No, that's not how you do it. You can disagree with me all you want. You think I don't notice how you go and report my channel? You think I don't get notifications on how much you're over there reporting my channel as negative misinformation when you come in here and lie to my face while I'm showing you a video with a fact and you still call it a lie? You think I don't notice when you do that stupidity on my videos on my channel? Just because you don't like the truth doesn't mean that you get to go lie about me. Don't lie about me. Don't give me this bullshit. I say, who says death to America? And the moron on the phone says, Israel. Are you freaking kidding me? You play stupid, you get stupid prices. Now, with that being said, I will go ahead and open up the lines again, and let's start over. I don't care if you disagree with me. Let's have a conversation. If you don't know how to have one, don't call. Now, you guys are my witness. You guys are hearing what I am hearing. I hope so. Bernie, how you doing, big boss? Future governor of California. Actually, how do you feel, hey, Bernie, how you feel about the guy leading the governor race right now up in California? I heard that the guy with the English accent is winning by a few percents on the poll. Now, I don't trust polls, but yeah, you know how it goes. What do you think about that? I give you a chance to call me and you blow it. You blow it. You know what? Why don't we listen to... all right, let me go ahead and block the line again. But why don't we go ahead and listen to this video from Sahar TV? Let's take a look and see what he's actually talking about. I like this guy.
The Iranians have had a
Jew.
religious ruling, a fatwa, against actually developing a nuclear weapon since 2004.
Now take a look at this. This is the deputy speaker of the Iranian parliament. Let's see what he had to say. Hi, doing this is Sahar TV, and there's a lot of drama around.
Now, I know you guys want to deny that Iran, the regime, not the people, Iran's regime says death to America. Well, let's see what they're planning. This guy, well, he's not making these people lie. They're expressing their true feelings. You know what's crazy is that I know that these people say that here in our country, and then there's still Americans that are so naive, and they still defend them. You know what? I get it. You know what? I've been wrong about this. I don't think it's Americans. It can be. It can be Americans. It cannot be Americans standing against the United States of America. I think these are paid protesters. I think these are fake Americans, probably illegal. I will ask for every single one of them to show me proof of citizenship. I think they're just trolls. Maybe they get paid. Maybe they just get kicked out of being an ass. Whatever it is, I refuse to believe that American citizens with the right mind would disagree with me. They're just that.
Joe Ken, the former director of the Counterterrorism Center in the United States, who just resigned and shortly after was invited on Tucker Carlson. Let's watch the clip from Tucker first of all, and then continue.
Was Iran on the verge of getting a nuclear weapon?
No, they weren't, 3 weeks ago when this started, and they weren't in June either. I mean, the Iranians have had a religious ruling, a fatwa, against actually developing a nuclear weapon since 2004. That's been in place since 2004. That's available in the public sphere. But then also we had no intelligence to indicate that that fatwa was being disobeyed or it was on the cusp of being lifted. The Iranian strategy, it's actually pretty pragmatic. The Iranians are obviously aware of what's taking place in their region, and their strategy was to not completely abandon their nuclear program because they saw what happened to Muammar Gaddafi in Libya when he said, hey, I've got no more nukes. I'll do what you say. I'll give up my nukes.
And we gave him the Nobel Peace Prize?
Yeah, we regime changed him, and he was executed by his own people in the most horrific way.
Oh, sodomized by a bayonet. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's the lesson I think that the entire region took from that when Hillary Clinton.
Unfortunately, that is what the neocon, neoliberal warmongers, that's the lesson.
Just want to say, it's funny how they compare Iran to Libya or Iraq. The Persian people aren't those people. They're sophisticated people. And we did have regime changes that did succeed. Take a look at Germany. Take a look at Japan. But of course, you have to compare Iran to Libya and Iraq because, hey, yeah, they're all Arabs, right? But they're not Arabs. They're different people. And the Persians are incredibly sophisticated.
They showed everyone in the region. And then conversely, the Iranians also knew that if they came out and said, okay, we've got a nuke, whether they were bluffing or not, Saddam Hussein, Iraq right next door. So they kind of had
he
this,
hung, I think.
He was hung by his own people, after a bloody, war that's still essentially going on inside of Iraq. They were preventing, themselves from developing a bomb, but they still wanted the ability. They wanted the ability to enrich. They wanted the ability to have some components so that they weren't completely stripped of it. And when we always assessed that they were either several months or a year, 2 years away from actually being able to develop.
It's so interesting to see a supposedly American hero defending a terrorist. Very interesting.
A nuclear weapon, and that's not because the Iranians are stupid people. I think we can tell right now that the Iranians are anything but stupid. They had the ability, I think, that the brain power to actually develop one, or they could have simply traded a ton of oil with Pakistan or with someone else to actually get a nuclear weapon. They were not doing that. We had no intelligence to indicate that they were.
Now take a look at this. This is the deputy speaker of the Iranian parliament. Let's see what he had to say.
ببینید ما اول که وارد این فعالیت هسته‌ای شدیم واقعا هدفمون ساخت بمب بود دیگه ما تعارف که نداریم.
یعنی شما میگید هدف ساخت بمب بوده واقعا
100%.
هدف کی این بوده یعنی
کل نظام یا همه اونایی که این فعالیت رو شروع کردن واقعا هدف ساخت بمب بود. کاری که شروع کرده بودیم و دیگه می‌خواستیم کار خب اینو شما اگه میتونستیم اینو حفظش کنیم و بمب آزمایش می‌کردیم کار تموم شده بود مثل در پاکستان ما که شروع کردیم بعد تا آخرش
حالا اینه که شما میگید میگم چون ما تا حالا رسمی خیلی نشدیم کسی این صحبت رو کنه اینا که شما میگید تبعاتی نداره مثلا مذاکرات و اینها به عنوان بالاخره کسی که
حرف ما توجه نداره
با خارجی بالاخره پیدا میکنن
Nobody pays attention to what I say. They wanted to build the bombs. They have made threats. And nobody pays attention to what I say, he says, but foreigners will find out. And sorry, Liptard Serenity, but that is you. You are one of the naive ones that says, oh, they're no threat. No imminent threat. You guys are stupid. Like, no, there is no excusing you. I hope that one day you say, hey, I apologize. You were right. I hope that one day you will say that, and then that will change my mind about you. But the fact that they are saying it over and over and over to our faces, and you keep ignoring it, that tells me everything that I need to know about you. I have no patience for the stupid. I have no patience for the ignorant. I have patience for those who want to learn or that will bring a common sense argument. That's fine. At the end of the day, I'll say it again. We can agree to disagree, but at least I get to hear your points. And I will tell you, if I believe, if you don't care about my opinion, don't call. If you do care about my opinion, then go ahead and give me a call. All right? But the fact is, there you go. There is your imminent threat. If they were allowed to, like he said, secretly, without anybody knowing, we are going to build this bomb and we will finish what we have started. Those are not light threats. Those are promises.
Check this out. Joe Kent said no, he had no indication that they were going for a nuclear weapon. But this speaker said otherwise. First point to prove that Joe Kent is uncredible. This is Joe Kent about a year ago. He went on the Sean Ryan show and listened to what he said about Iran.
They're still registering for the draft, aren't they? Like that's the logical conclusion to the direction that we're heading in right now, unless we make some serious changes.
I mean, I've already heard rumors that Fifth Group is going to be sending guys to Iraq because of the escalated situation with Iran now.
Yeah. I mean, most Americans aren't aware of it. Our troops in Iraq and Syria have been attacked 150 plus times by Iranian proxies. And when we say
no threat. No imminent threat to America. This is Israel's war, guys. It's Israel's war. Israel war. That's what you guys tell me. This is what the leftists tell me. This is what the libtards come over and tell me. This is Israel's war. So if it's Israel's war, it's because they are protecting Americans. So Israel gets to be blamed for attacking Iranians who are killing Americans? How is that Israel's war?
Iran now.
Yeah. I mean, most Americans aren't aware of it. Our troops in Iraq and Syria have been attacked 150 plus times by Iranian proxies. And when we say Iranian proxies, we got to be clear on what that is. That's the Iraqi government that we pay. Because after the Iraqi military, we spent $2 trillion on, surrendered to ISIS, we had to go back in there in very short order and stand the military back up again. And guess who filled the breach? The Shia militias controlled by Iran did. And the Iraqi government's controlled by Iran. So they're still registering for the draft.
Wow. So Iranian proxies hurt Americans? Interesting. Okay, so Joe Kent was aware of this. Now here's what Joe Kent said on the Tucker Carlson show about Ali Larijani, one of the biggest leaders in Iran that was recently assassinated. Take a listen.
That are killed off, like we just killed, Ali Larijani, who was a negotiator, who was eager to get us a deal.
So what's that, Joe? We will not negotiate with the United States. Joe is a total idiot. You're right, Denise. He's a total idiot. Let's continue.
IRGC, I've got no love for the Iranians, but you've got to realize,
just to be clear,
if you want to end,
in case you're tuning in now, you fought their proxies.
I fought their proxies. I mean, I put countless of them in flex cuffs or much worse. I've gone after the Iranians. I was in specialized outfits that went after the Iranians and their proxies. These are very serious people. They're not supermen by any means. They're humans, but they're serious. And if you give the IRGC a reason to take more control and they get support from the people, because again, you kill off the Ayatollah, they can say, hey, the last guy was too moderate. Look at what it got us. Like, give us more control.
I get it.
And the Iranian people are going to be like, well, actually, yeah, I don't like getting bombed by the Americans and the Israelis. Maybe we do need to listen to the IRGC.
So a lot of these, the points that you're making, I think are insightful, but they're also pretty obvious if you kind of game it out for 10 seconds. Yeah. So it seems like...
Pretty obvious, right, that Ali Larijani wanted to negotiate with the United States, right? Pretty obvious, just a small research. Right, Tucker?
You've got two different goals. You've described Israel's goal as just regime change, permanent chaos, take Iran off the map as a coherent nation state, just tie them up with internal chaos.
What the hell? That's not the goal. The goal is to change the regime. The goal is to eliminate nuclear capabilities. It's to eliminate ballistic missile capabilities, which they aim towards Israel. What is he talking about? So who do we want to control Iran after the Ayatollah regime? The Iranian people with the Shah that will lead them to a secular democracy. That's the Iranian people last time I checked. That's a nation state, no?
Whatever the effects of that are on the...
Anyways, the point is not Tucker. But check this out. Just in, former National Counterterrorism Center Director Joe Kent is under FBI investigation for allegedly leaking classified information. The probe began before his departure, according to Semaphore. This guy...
And that is why he retired and dropped a little grenade on his way out.
Right here was under investigation by the FBI for leaking information. The guy that all of you are listening to right now, right? This guy, who recently resigned. Unfreaking believable. Here's the report by Fox News. Watch.
Sources are saying that Joe Kent
the former director of the United States National Counterterror Center. This is from Semaphore. He just resigned. He's now under FBI investigation for allegedly leaking classified information. And the investigation predates.
Do better, Serenity. That's not how you're going to get my attention. Do better.
His departure. Sources are
something.
Thank you, Sahar TV. If you have not checked it out, check out Sahar TV. This guy actually shows some pretty good, entertaining information and truth that will open up your eyes to the ignorance that the legacy media has been laying on you and feeding you all this time. When I see somebody with common sense on the chat, I will go ahead and you got me to respond to you. That's not my attention. You get a fraction. When I give you my attention, it's all of my attention. My replies to you is just a fraction of attention. Just acknowledging you that you do exist, but you're wrong. You still haven't learned anything. Stop thinking like a libtard and start using your common sense. Check this out. I like these views.
Decisively, those words from the Secretary of War earlier as U.S. forces continue to pound Iran. New CENTCOM video shows airstrikes targeting Iranian naval boats near the Strait of Hormuz, even hitting a fast attack boat that was pulled out of the water, hiding on a trailer beneath a tree. So finding them where they can. Welcome to a brand new hour of America's Newsroom. I'm Dana Perino.
Morning to you. It's a Thursday. The war grinds on. I'm Bill Hemmer. Major escalation in this war as Iran intensified the attacks on its Gulf Arab neighbors. They went after several refineries that supply much of the world's energy, natural gas, and oil after an Israeli strike on its main natural gas field. Meanwhile, the U.S. military remains focused on degrading and destroying Iran's war machine.
We are hunting them down methodically, ruthlessly, and overwhelmingly, like no other military in the world can do. And the results speak for themselves.
Go to the corner and try again.
To date, we've struck over 7,000 targets across Iran and its military infrastructure. That is not incremental.
They came into this fight with a lot of weapons. This is why we continue to be as aggressive and assertive as we can against their ballistic missile capability, both their medium-range ballistic range missile capabilities.
And we are waiting to hear from President Trump and any remarks about Iran when he welcomes Japan's prime minister to the White House.
In the meantime, let's get after it. Trey Ying's live in Tel Aviv. Jillian Turner reports from the State Department. Let's start a new hour and begin there with you. Jillian, good morning.
Good morning to you, Bill. Secretary Hegseth, chairman of the Joint Chiefs, insisted this morning that America is winning this war against Iran definitively. They also insisted again today that as the campaign progresses, and this is something they said last week, as it progresses, Iran's capabilities are being diminished, but the U.S. is in fact gaining leverage on a daily basis. Listen. General, overnight, Iran launched missiles across the Gulf. They managed to hit the Saudi oil refinery on the Red Sea. What does it mean that they have that capability now, 3 weeks into the war?
We are continuing to hunt and find them and kill them, and we will continue to do so. So they still retain some capability. And we have layered defenses throughout the region.
Asked about the new war supplemental that's reportedly been sent to the White House for consideration, Hegseth didn't deny that his department could need as much or more than $200 billion in additional funds.
As far as $200 billion, I think that number could move, obviously. It takes money to kill bad guys. So we're going back to Congress and our folks there to ensure that we're properly funded.
Increasingly, Iran is treating U.S. diplomatic outposts in the region, embassies, consulates, as legitimate military targets, most recently in Baghdad, something senior officials in Washington say is fairly unprecedented.
The best defense is a good offense, and so we're not afraid to go after and kill anybody, and we have a lot of them attempting to target our diplomatic facilities. Iran, we're not surprised that they would indiscriminately target.
Repressed again by reporters today, Hegseth, Kane, not giving a timeline for this military engagement, but they did reiterate the president's commitment that this is not going to be some kind of a forever war. So sometime between now and forever is when it's going to end.
Got it. So $200 billion is the initial ask. He said that I could move in the press conference today. There was a brand new statement from many of our allies, including Japan, about the Strait of Hormuz. Give us the news and we'll react, Jillian.
So, Bill, this just into the newsroom provided to me from the British Embassy here in Washington as we were coming to air. But the allies are now saying that they are ready to contribute to appropriate efforts to ensure safe passage through the strait. We welcome the commitment of nations who are engaging in preparatory planning. As we all know very well, Bill, because we've been watching this unfold for the last few days, the president has been trying to rally support from the European countries, as has Secretary Rubio. I'm sure Secretary Hegseth has been doing the same behind the scenes. This is maybe too early to say, but sounds like potentially a capitulation. They're insisting that they want to contribute. And this came, by the way, Bill, from the UK, France, Germany, Italy, the Netherlands, and Japan, as you mentioned.
Okay, thank you, Jillian. Nice to see you there. Rest the voice, going to need you, okay? Thank you, Department of State. Just to reiterate that.
Did he say Iraq is not Iran? Really? Guess who runs Iraq? Yep, and this is the brains of, I'm sure you guys seen this. These are the brains of the Iran regime, not the Iranian people, but the Iran's regime.
About this, Trey.
Yeah, Dana, good morning. Absolutely. As Operation Epic Fury is now well into week 3, there is a renewed focus on the targeting of energy infrastructure in the region. We have some video of the South Pars gas field yesterday that was hit with Israeli strikes. This is a field that connects also to a Qatari field in the Strait of Hormuz, and you can see this smoke rising from the horizon there in southern Iran. In response, the Iranians targeted the Ras Laffan gas field in Qatar. This is the world's largest producer of liquefied natural gas, a significant escalation, and drew condemnation from a variety of Gulf countries. The Qataris just about 11 hours ago released a statement saying the civil defense has fully contained 2 out of 3 fires in the Ras Laffan industrial area with no injuries reported. Cooling and securing operations at the sites are ongoing, while the explosives group of the Internal Security Force is carrying out its tasks in handling any hazardous elements. Now, President Trump overnight took to Truth Social, speaking directly about the Israeli strikes that drew this retaliation. He said in part, quote, Israel, out of anger for what has taken place in the Middle East, has violently lashed out at a major facility known as South Pars gas field in Iran. Now, Israeli officials are pushing back against that characterization, but earlier today, the Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent, spoke about the U.S. efforts to try and reduce the pressure on global energy markets.
The Iranians had been pushing out, that would have all gone to China. In essence, we will be using the Iranian barrels against the Iranians to keep the price down, for the next 10 or 14 days as we continue this campaign. So we have lots of levers. We've got plenty more that we can do. The largest coordinated SPR release in history, 400 million barrels, was approved last week, and some countries are going to do more.
The focus on the Gulf comes as the Iranians continue to launch new ballistic missile attacks against Israel. Since midnight, there have been 8 separate ballistic missile barrages toward this country. In the West Bank, 4 Palestinian women were killed at a salon. They were there amid this incoming fire. At a different location in central Israel, 1 foreign worker was killed, and these cluster munitions are still wreaking havoc on the population below. A top spokesperson for the Israeli military saying this about the defensive capabilities.
We have air defense systems. I can already say they are among the best in the world. This is proven. Unfortunately, the defense is not airtight. We use our systems to intercept these missiles. These cluster missiles are a war crime if this terrorist regime targets them at population centers. There is no difference from a regular missile except for its dispersion.
Earlier this week, shrapnel from an Iranian ballistic missile landed just feet from the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem. Israeli police tell Fox News all of the holy sites in Jerusalem will remain closed for the time being. Bill, Dana?
Trey, thank you. We'll be back in touch, no doubt.
So Rebecca Heinrichs now has an incident. Rebecca, welcome back here. Saturday will be 3 weeks. Where are we today, Rebecca?
Well, I think that Secretary Hegseth was actually right. I don't think it's hyperbole to say that we are winning decisively militarily. And you can see us, again, moving into the second phase of the war, where we're going now after infrastructure so that the Iranians can't rebuild. But the other thing we're now seeing is this other line of effort where you saw Secretary Bessent talking about stabilizing energy markets. So although the United States is defeating the Iranians with the Israelis, defeating the Iranians militarily, we now have to convince the Iranians that they have lost. And that means there's going to be a battle over who controls oil markets, and can the Iranians continue to hold the global energy markets at risk? And that's why you're going to see this other line of effort, getting allies on side to help the United States quickly, as soon as possible, open the strait.
I want to show you here this map of the South Pars area. Okay, so this is the what Trey was just talking about. And then there was an additional piece to President Trump's Truth Social that I want to read to you. He said, no more attacks will be made by Israel pertaining to this extremely important and valuable South Pars field unless Iran unwisely decides to attack a very innocent, in this case Qatar, in which instance the U.S. will, with or without the help or consent of Israel, will massively blow up the entirety of the South Pars gas field. I wanted to get your take on that overall, but also, is this one of those situations that could potentially drive some daylight in between the United States and Israel?
So to answer the second question, because it's really important, no, I don't think so. I think that the United States is working very hand in glove with the Israelis about targeting. And so I suspect this is one of those instances in which the United States knew the Israelis would do this, actually, but we were not participating in it. It was a limited strike, and it's meant to do what I said in the last time I just spoke, which is it's military coercion over energy markets. So the United States and Israel is saying, we don't want to destroy your ability to produce oil and gas. And this particular field, Dana, is really important because it provides 70 to 80% of energy to the Iranian people. And our war is not with the Iranian people. But we want to say to the regime, we have the ability to do this. We don't want to do it. But by the way, the Iranians have been attacking oil and gas infrastructure against the Saudis, the Qataris, the Emiratis. And so this is not the first time, but it is the Israelis responding, saying, look, we can do this too. You don't want to play this game.
Rebecca, give us a bit of a forecast here. It's my sense that we, work in this story, yourself, viewers at home, they wake up every day and say, what's happening today and where's it going tomorrow? How do you best address tomorrow?
So I think that first of all, to keep in perspective, we're only in 3 weeks into this war. I mean, wars it would still, if it was a year-long war, that would still be a very short war in terms of the length and duration that these things can go. I don't think it's going to be that. I still believe that it's going to be short. But we want to make sure that we win the peace on terms that are good for the American people. We are already dramatically safer than we were 4 weeks ago, before this war started. But we really do need to get our allies on side. President Trump has used a lot of vinegar in diplomacy with our allies. We got to use some honey now because we do need them. It'd be great to have a coalition to help us open that strait. And by the way, Eastern Europe, the Baltic countries, small countries, they're the kings when it comes to minesweeping. They've got more capabilities than we do. So we need to get some allies on side to get this thing done. But I do believe the Iranians are on their back foot, and we're going to be in a better place, I think, in the coming months.
All right, Rebecca, thank you. Love having you on the show.
Good stuff. Thanks, Rebecca.
Thanks, Rebecca. All right, I'm running out of time here, guys. Go ahead and give me a call. What if God was one of us? Go on in. Anybody can go ahead and give me a call. The line is open. I will probably take maybe 2 or 3 calls if we have time. You can go ahead and call me, give me a question, make a comment. Please remember, people are listening to you, and if you make an ass out of yourself, it's all on you. All right? Now, I know there's a little delay for most of you guys, but I am here for you. I am here for you. What if God was one of us? Hey, thank you for hitting the like button, guys. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you guys for the super chats from earlier. I appreciate that as well. And we continue to spread the truth, whether people like it or not. It is the truth. Yeah, I know. Most likely, real Christians agree with me. People that really know how peace works, they will agree with me. And maybe I don't have all the dates and facts and whatnot, but I can tell you that I can see what's happening. I have close to 50 years old now. I'm half a century old in a couple of months here. And I got to tell you, I am nobody's fool. I do not like being manipulated. And I always call it as I see it. God is no respecter of men. I don't know about that. Jake Jacobs, thank you, Lord of Kings, for Dennis Ring, the real truth, no matter what it takes. Thank you, brother. I love you as well, man. Let's see. Ozzy says, U.S. influencing Canada. We might get self-defense laws. I'm not sure what you mean by that, but okay. All right, guys, the line is opened. You can go ahead and give me a call. We still got about 80 people on the line. Somebody can call and share your opinion. Thank you, Jake. Appreciate the trust. Appreciate the support. What if God was one of us? It's okay. Katie says, what are your thoughts about end of times prophecies and geopolitics, abomination and desolation? No block calls. I do not accept block calls. It's on the actual title for the phone number. What? Guys, I don't care about your number. I will never call you unless you tell me. I wanna be like mine. There you go. Texas in the house. All right, let me adjust here. Hopefully people can hear your insights. All right. Hey, thanks for calling. Who's calling?
It's Jason.
Jason, how are you, brother?
What's up, man? Nothing. Just working and modding.
Oh, working hard for the mudding. Hell yeah. What you got? What's your opinion on this Iran and people say that is Israel's war. I disagree, but you know how it is. I can't convince people of the truth. They have to accept it themselves. What do you think?
I think it's not our fault. They don't understand what's going on. They don't understand why gas is up. They don't understand why this is a necessary thing to get rid of a evil that's been around for far too long now.
What do you say about this? This war is Israel's war.
It's not Israel's war, my friend. Now they have every right to be there and every cause to be there, just like we do, because they're more susceptible to it than us. Because as a nation, we have bases around there, but their whole country is going to be threatened.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing that logic is not easy for the low IQ to understand. But I asked a question to a previous caller. Of course, he just went around the bush and didn't say nothing, so I had to get rid of him. I asked a question, and I said, okay, so Jason, you're my friend, okay? And I got your back, and I know you got my back. And there is people threatening you. I tell you, hey, Jason, please don't, don't mess with them. It's not a good thing. Be peaceful. You know what I'm saying? Be peaceful. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, they start attacking you. You call on me, and I tell you, Jason, I told you about that. Don't mess with them. You know what? That's your fight. Have fun. What the hell kind of friend am I? I need to go over there And I will give you, and I will guarantee you that nobody will honestly answer this question. You ready for this? This is probably the biggest bomb that anybody has ever dropped, even bigger than Fujiyama. Welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show. If you haven't been here before, welcome. First timers, I appreciate you liking, subscribing, and becoming members if that's what you're into. Please double tap that screen and hit that like button, share, and don't forget to subscribe again if you haven't done so.
Make the change.
Here is thank you, sir. Oh my gosh, I forgot about my motto. I can't use that until I'm campaigning, man. Stop it. Don't be leaking information like Joe Kent.
I'm sorry. I'm being a kid right now.
Oh man, here, you ready for the question?
Go ahead.
Oh man, what? I'm gonna be like the sloth from Utopia. You ready?
Oh my God. Last crash, 100-yard dash.
What?
He's my favorite.
Oh, he's my favorite as well. As a matter of fact, the whole Utopia cartoon, the first one, okay? He just made that movie. That little scene made the movie for everybody, I think. All right, here we go.
You gotta watch part 2, brother.
I got it. I will, but I want to watch it with my wife and my kids. I know I'm not a kid, but I enjoy cartoons with adult sarcasm and jokes and all that stuff. All right, here we go. What would terrorist Muslims do if all of the United States of America allies came and supported the United States?
What would the Muslims do if all the allies came and supported the United States?
Oh my God, Jason, I said it so slow.
Right? No, I totally heard you.
I'm just playing with you, man.
The obvious answer is that obviously say we're not Muslim or Somalian.
No. Hey, man, come on, be nice. Listen.
I'm sorry.
Katie, it's called Utopia. Okay, look. So what? Okay, so here, Android. Look at Android Hammer here. Fight back, obviously. Are you serious? Okay, all right. I see where you stand. Okay, so look at this. The United States of America, just to put it into perspective, the United States of America, we can handle this by ourselves. Yes, we can annihilate them. We can do all of these things. But I want you to understand something that these libtards don't seem to notice. Okay? Their sight is like a horse's, what do you call that? What do you call this? Side blinders, right? That the horses wear. They have side blinders, and some of them, they have eye blinders. Okay? I have a 180-degree view at all times, and I try to see hindsight. What do you call that? Hindsight? Hindsight, right? The broader view. And so I like to look at things around. And so I'm looking at, okay, so COVID-19, I remember China trying to control us. They've been raising prices. They've been screwing us with China. They've been taking hundreds of billions of dollars. They have basically built the Chinese economy with our dollars on the back of stupid Americans who want to buy cheap toys. I'm guilty. Okay? I'm including myself on that. And so I watched this, and when COVID-19, number one, the Chinese virus was there in the Wuhan land, and then I saw how China is trying to get into the gold. They're trying to build their empire. They're trying to control the Philippines. They're trying to control Japan. They're building islands to gain more. What do you call the territory of the ocean? Mediterranean? No. Maritime control. Thank you, sir. Yeah, and so they're building islands in the middle of the ocean, where they have figured out that they will get more territory control, even though these islands are not necessary, but this is how they gain. They have, listen to this, they have let third world countries borrow so many millions of dollars. You know why? Because history tells me that, exactly, history tells me that there is one reason why Mexicans celebrate Cinco de Mayo, and that is Europeans Now, only France
It's an
was
American
this.
holiday. It's not even a Mexican holiday.
It's a Mexican holidays in Puebla, but it's not at the Independence Day like some people, ignorant people, think. But listen to this. Now,
It's in September.
a couple of countries got out of it, okay? But France was stupid enough to come in and say, hey, I need you to pay me my money. And they say, well, we ain't got no money. Well, guess what, biatch? We are taking your country. What? No, you can't take our country, blah, blah, blah. The problem is that the French didn't know. Now, mind you, here we go. Take a listen. What? Pay attention. Pay attention. Liptards, pay attention. Don't leave yet. Pay attention. What France didn't know is that we made an agreement with the Mexican army, military. They help us fight our war, and then we'll come back and we'll help them. Something that is not really happening in Israel because they're we've been brought into this war by Iran, right? But the France came in. They tried to take this fort, a small fort, who were outnumbered 10-1. The Mexican army in the fort defended it, making France retreat. That is the Cinco de Mayo celebration, okay? Because this action gave the military, Mexican military, what we call ánimos, what's the word in English? Lifted the spirits of the Mexican military, okay? And 2 years later, right, France came back 100-1, took over the fort, kick ass, blah, blah, blah. The United States, they said, we want to whoop your ass back all the way to France if you don't let Mexico be. Guess what? They are our friends, and we have a deal with them. Now, you can say in the world, wait a minute, that's Mexico's war. I don't give a crap what you think about Mexican war. We made a deal with Mexico, and we keep our word, and we treat our friends as friends should. So we gave, we gave our help. Mexico speaks Spanish. They don't speak French. You're welcome. Thanks to the United States of America. Now, moving forward to today, hundreds of years, now we have Israel. Israel, if it wasn't for Israel, all these terrorist attacks would be so much greater, and they would come to us. One of the things that people are not paying attention is this. China and Russia, Putin, that's right, Putin. We have a great relationship with Putin. I don't know about that. But China and Russia are in bed with the Ayatollah.
Yes, and this is a known fact.
But, well, stop it. Stop saying facts. People don't know what the hell that means. You see where I'm at, bro? You see where I'm at? All right. So if you know what, Israel is our friend, and we say Israel, hey, listen, man, listen, I understand, I understand that you think that they are a threat. Now we got 47 years of Cold War with these monkeys, right? So I understand they're a threat, but we're over here on the other side of the the hemisphere. I'm sorry, bro, can't help you. And then all of a sudden, the same people that are threatening my friend, all of a sudden says, you too, biatch. Oh, hey, you know what, bro? Israel, bro. Jason, let me stop you right there, my friend. Listen, okay. I know what I told you. I told you to walk away, but now I understand. They also threatened me. I'm with you, and I'm going to kick some ass. Let's go. That's how I see Israel and the United States of America.
Yes. And, you can easily turn the table and give them another great example. You want to hear it?
Go ahead.
South Korea is at war with North Korea. They only have an armistice treaty.
Uh-huh.
Okay? But we're still there. Why are we still there? Is that not South Korea's war?
45,000 soldiers. 45,000 soldiers.
They are our allies, so is Israel. And we are dedicated to our allies to assist them so they are not destroyed.
Correct.
The same mutual alliance is expected of our allies if we come into some kind of threat, even though they know we more than likely don't need it. They're still going to support us. And if any kind of idiotic raghead wants to come at the U.S., come at us. And I hope our allies are striking them while they're trying to come over here to strike us.
Correct. Absolutely. And again, the question that I bring in, it's the correct answer. Of course, no libtard is going to answer it right. But if every ally, if anything, remember what Ben Ferguson said. You were here already when I showed that clip from Piers Morgan's show.
No, I wasn't.
If anything, okay, if anything, when President Donald Trump asked NATO, the UK, their friends, the allies, to help out, if anything, symbolically, because the United States of America can take care of it itself. By the way, there was a clip. I don't know what the hell happened to it. Let me look it up. Let me look it up. Let's see. Let's see. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, man. I don't know where the clip went, but the United States was it started destroying some sea mines that the Iranian regime has been putting on the ocean. And again, we don't need our allies, but it's a symbolical sign or however you want to call it. If they would have said, hey, Iran, regime of Iran, listen, President Trump says, if you kill one of those protesters, they're coming after your ass. I will listen to them. Do not play with the United States of America because that's our friend. Now, you are in NATO. You are in NATO, but so is the United States of America, and they pay more money than you do. Listen, you got to stand down. You need to stop threatening the United States of America. You need to stop with this nonsense that you're going to excavate all the uranium that we have obliterated from the nuclear facility. You need to stop telling death to America. You know what? NATO doesn't do it. The cowards. But if they stand up and they say this, just as a symbolical backup, right? Hey, don't mess with the United States of America. You'll mess with the whole gang, right? You keep peace, but you got to show up. You can't just say we're NATO and do nothing. Like the Article 5 that this English dumbass is quoting for, Hermes or whatever the hell his name is, to coward in. Bro, he didn't have to do anything but allow the United States to use their military base so that we can have an advantage. And I can tell you this, symbolically, this will signal the terrorist Islamist. They will signal the terrorists and be like, oh, shit, wait a minute. Number one, the United States of America, it is the country's, the strongest military force on earth, and they got the backup from England, from the UK. They got the backup from Spain, from Italy, oh, shit, well, you know what? Hey, guys, I was just joking. I was joking about death to America. I was just joking. Come on. We're all family, right? No, they didn't. They doubled down, and they ignored the USA, and then this regime is now laughing at us. And legacy media on the leftist side, CNN and NBC, well, sometimes they report the truth. But, they go out there, and they make Iran sound like two things. One, innocent, which is the worst. And two, by the way, when I'm talking about Iran, you guys know, I gotta keep saying it, not the Iranian people, the regime. And number two, they make it sound like they're stronger than the United States of America. And that, my friends, even all the way here to the United States of America, it has reached some naive, gullible American ears, and they put that in my chat sometimes. The United States of America is losing this war. Are you serious? They have no sea power. We destroyed it. We made them coral reef submarines out of the whole Navy fleet. We have destroyed most of their powerful equipment. They can still shoot some missiles, and they're going to run out. They're going to run out. This war is not forever. I can guarantee you that. It's going to be weeks, maybe months, but it's not going to be a forever war. I guarantee you that. And the sooner NATO realizes this, and the sooner those so-called allies wake up and get on our side, the sooner this terrorist, which is the minority, the sooner this terrorist will understand not to F around with the good people that stand in the whole world. Because united we stand. Damn, that was a big rant. Man, I wish that these guys can see what's inside my head, bro. It's just millions of thoughts and all these little clips from history that just clamp together like a puzzle, and it makes sense why we need to do this. We cannot allow Russia or China to claim power. Look at Taiwan. Nobody talks about Taiwan anymore being attacked by China, right? You know why? Because China knows that we're going to F them up. Even though we probably won't, but just symbolically. we're letting our presence be known, And look at the Philippines. Years after they kicked us out. Years they've been bugged and bullied by China. We're back. There's no Chinese. There's no Chinese bugging the Philippines. Matter of fact, there was a Chinese jet fighter, couple of them. They tried to come and bully us. And then our Air Force experts flying in there with the latest equipment made them look like fools and told them, you better go back home before you get taken down. And they did. China has no power. Air Force power, the United States of America owns them. Navy power, we own them. Nuclear power, we annihilate each other. That's it. That's where my thoughts are.
So I want to piggyback on a couple of things you said.
Go ahead.
So this whole Trump saying, hey, come send people to the Gulf. Come send your support. That was a play to test the waters of who is the ally and who is the snake in the grass.
Bingo.
So they played right into that hand. And the ones that said, nah, we got your eye on you now. Because don't think for a second we're going to forget that you said, nah, we're good. If, heaven forbid, something does go down, we're not going to be the ones that say, nah, we're good.
Yeah.
Because we're going to be the ones that stand up right and do the right thing.
100%.
Secondly, the whole thing with China, they cannot attack Taiwan right now because look at the history right now. History is already proven. We went into Maduro. Yes, that was a destabilization with the current BRICS or the whole thing with the little evil regime that they're calling the new evil axis, which is Russia, China, Venezuela, Iran. We've already taken out Venezuela, which hurts Russia and China in oil. Now we're taking out Iran, which hurts their oil. Now China doesn't have the oil to sustain its war powers to even try to do an attack on Taiwan.
Yeah.
Their J-20s are so defective right now, they can't even stand up to the 22 Raptor or the F-35, even if they tried to. Their carriers are paperweights. They can't even fulfill a complete test mission and say that it's operational. So they're not effective right now as a national power or a superpower.
Right.
Sure, they have people that have numbers. They've always had the numerical advantage, but it does you no good and you can't do nothing about it.
Yep.
You're just a walking target.
Yep. And it doesn't mean that we're untouchable. Of course, they can still get us. They can still get us, of course. But we are superior, and that's a fact. The fact that they shoot a plane down, that doesn't mean that they got us. You know why they shot the female pilot in Kuwait? It was friendly fire. Do you think the female pilot was going to say, "Oh, Kuwait's going to shoot me"? No, it was a mistake.
Planes were shot down.
Yeah.
Friendly fire.
Yeah. So you know what, Clips? If you're not American, shut the hell up about our military. Respect our Air Force, man. I can be ignorant, but I'm going to tell you something. I will always brag about those men and women who fight for my freedoms, bro.
Worry about our military. They have to worry about our rednecks.
That right, man. Ain't that the truth, my friend? Ain't that the truth? You know what? Just so you guys know, a little hint, I am running for governor for Washington State. I don't know if somebody else is running on the Republican side. I hope they do, so I don't have to continue. But I will run as a Republican for this state, and I want my AR-15s back, legalized back in this state. We're going to get rid of all this stupid nonsense from the libtards. Can you believe that we're trying to force Americans here in Washington to buy insurance, expensive insurance for every piece of firearm that you own? You will not infringe upon the right of the people to bear arms. None. That's infringing. You cannot put that on there. We have laws. Somebody crosses the line, well, there's a prosecution. There is a due process that goes with it. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, clips. Go. Why don't you go watch some videos of China Air Force against American Air Force and see if you can find some sense on what you just said. I'm not saying that China's weak. I'm not saying that Russia's weak. I'm not saying that any of these countries are weak. What I'm saying is we are the number one most powerful military on earth, period. And that's a fact. You know what people think? We're throwing all these missiles, right? Oh, my God. We're running out of missiles. Man, do you think we're just freaking throwing missiles and not making more? You think that we're not just getting rid of our old crap and putting new technology into new weapons? They say, oh, it's all about the oil. Well, no shit, Sherlock. Of course we want the oil. It takes money, baby, to make the world go round. We want that oil. We want that price to go down. Just wait until we're done with this. And then I want all those libtards to come in here and talk to me about gas prices. You know what? Gas prices were down, and they denied it. Now that we're at war, oh, they can't help themselves. You know what? I'm still not paying more gas, no more higher prices than when Biden was in office, and there was no war. There was no threats. Think about that. At least have a reason. You know what I'm saying? At least have a reason for something to go price hiking. You know what I mean? They think we have 3 branches of Air Force and 3 are in the top number 1. I think you probably wrote that wrong. They think is we have. Oh, I think he's saying the thing is we have 3 branches of Air Force and the 3 are in the top 1. Okay, that makes sense. All right, Jason, I'm glad you're here. You actually speak English. I like to have a English first language speaker with me. You help me understand better.
Absolutely.
All right, Jason. Thank you so much for calling. Appreciate you. I love having you, but I got a doctor's appointment, my friend.
Love the family, love the chat. I'll see you in the channel.
Yeah, man. Thank you so much. Hey, guys, listen. Thank you for the likes. Thanks for subscribing again. Thanks for becoming members. Listen, if you don't agree with me, it's okay. If you get annoyed with libtards that come in here and they get timed out, listen, I'm sorry, but there's some nonsense that I do not put up with. And some of the nonsense that sneaks through, there's nothing I can do to control it. All I want you to know is I am always for America first. We are to defend ourselves against domestic and foreign terrorists. Cartels, yeah, they're next. But we need to fix all the priorities, and then we'll get to it. We ask mayors and governors, take care of your local shit and stop blaming Trump for crimes, criminals, and violence in your cities. That's your job. I will see you guys later. Hey, God bless you, God bless your family, and God bless the USA. I'll see you on the next one. Aloha. And Makamiakamata 1 not 2.